Hey, everybody. Not sure if I did that right. B left me to drive to turn this thing on, so hopefully I hit it the right way so that you guys got to see the intro and the falling coins. So for those of you that are new, I always start off by saying hi to everybody in the stream, in the chat, because once I get going on the coins, it's hard to do. So I'm going to start off with Norma Williams, a new J&B member. Thank you. Yay. We really appreciate that. BA, a member, welcome. Nair Orso, long time no see, welcome. Yua Vaj, welcome. Jack Gallman from Marion, North Carolina, welcome. DJ Condino, welcome. Old Bell, welcome. D. Castro, welcome. Moyboy72, welcome. CJ Nick, a member, welcome. Carrie, welcome. DJ Condino, welcome. Corey Small, a member, welcome. Gary Shelton, welcome. Gypsy Wolves, a member, welcome. John Montgomery, a member, welcome. And it just jumped, which I expected it to. All right, Silver Mustang, a member, welcome. Eduardo Gonzalez, welcome. Jedi Jim, a member, welcome. Colorado Coins, a member, welcome. Pat Scott, welcome. Barry Thorne, welcome. Small Coin Collection, YT, welcome. Rebecca W, welcome. Searching for Truth, welcome. Lori Weaver Deal, a member, welcome. Eugene Blanton, welcome. V Rose, a member, welcome. KJ, a member, welcome. Tiny Numismatics, a member, and Laura Lella and Zoe. Pat Scott, welcome. NC Prospectors, welcome. Batsman, welcome. Oh, Bassman, sorry you're under the weather, man. Feel better. Linda Wallace, welcome. Metal Dragon Braveheart, a member, welcome. Robin Johnson, welcome. MDB, welcome. Deborah Eubank, welcome. Barbara R, welcome. Mossman, a member, welcome. Robert A, welcome. Tasha, welcome. Brett Maxwell, welcome. Joseph Blanco, welcome. Always Unique by Jen, a member, welcome. Undefined What, welcome. Pat Scott, welcome. Rudy Advarsalo, a member, welcome. And let's see. I think that got there. So, welcome everybody. If I missed anybody, I apologize. I try to cover all the names in the chat at the beginning. Like I said, once I put boxes on the table, it's kind of hard for me to keep track.
The boxes on the phone, right?
Sorry.
Can you mute and do it?
Yes. So, time out a second, guys. Got to do something for B to get us ready. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Joseph, there'll be a link up at the top of the chat here in a second for that.
Let's give it a second.
So, for those of you that are new, let's start with the intro here. I'm Jay from JB Coins. I'm Jay. That's not my name. It's just my initial of my name. To my left is my beautiful bride B, better known as B, Mrs. B, that kind of thing. Same thing, just her initial. Montana Treasure Hunter, welcome. Greg Snedeker, welcome. Paul Brunian member, welcome. So, between us, JB Coins Inc. Tonight we have 6 boxes available that can be any combination of full boxes or mixed boxes of rolls. If people buy rolls, they go into open boxes, and then if people buy full boxes, obviously they get a sealed box. It's numbered. You pick the number. Whatever's in that box goes to that person. That's a value or collectability based on what we normally give out. VG, welcome. A full box comes with 25 pulls from the silver bag. If you buy 5 rolls, you get 3 pulls from the silver bag. So it just kind of gives you a reference. These are all MS70 Silver Eagles, every single one of them. They're all different years, they're all different slabs, and they're all different values. They're all valuable. So if someone gets a full box, they get everything that we find of value in the box, including silver, commemoratives, foreign coins, error coins, NIFCs, anything else. 25 pulls from the silver bag and a guaranteed MS70 Silver Eagle. So lots of goodies. This silver bag was hand sewn by my sweetie when we first started doing live streams. You can see it's a little tattered and a little worn. It's seen some combat. Just big enough for my big old hairy hand to fit in there and pull the numbered chips, but not see what I'm pulling. And they're just plain wooden Hobby Lobby chips. A blank one means just that. If I pull that, a blank means nothing for that turn. If I pull a 40, that means that you get a 40%er that looks something like that. If I pull the 90, there's only one if you notice. BU 64 90%er. We go through 10 or 12 of these a night, even though there's only one. The others are the same amount of 40s as blanks, so even it up, make it as even consistency as possible for everybody, as fair as possible for everybody. Same thing with the numbering on the envelopes. Same thing with the numbering on the full box. We have giveaways at the end of each box that we do. So there's an end of box giveaway. We also do giveaways based on likes. We start with 100 likes, and every 100 after that, we do more giveaways. Sometimes we throw in one just for the heck of it. Just never know. Coin World UK, how you been? I saw you posted a poor video, but I didn't get a chance to check it out. Gonna have to do that later. Jason 410, welcome. Riley Menderscheid, welcome. Brett Maxwell, welcome. Rolls available still. Rolls and full boxes still available. Yes. Earl Shaner, welcome. Billie Jean Fields, welcome. Wow, a lot of folks came in while I was saying that. Okay, looks like I got all of them. I hope. Again, if I missed anybody, I apologize. I'm not trying to be stuck up or ignore anybody. It's just kind of hard to keep up with the stream, and especially once I turn and begin to do coins, because the stream's over there, camera's up there right over my shoulder, microphone's over the other shoulder. What can I say? Let's see. I think we got everybody in there. So all the videos that you see on the channel are researched. They're from basically a blank piece of paper. B decides what videos she would like to do, or like us to do, and then she writes the script. She does the research, writes the script, gives me the script to read. I do my best to read it, and then she edits all my errors and screw-ups, turns it into something really nice, so that you guys have nice, educational, and entertaining, hopefully, videos to watch. Hopefully, we're helping you guys in your hunt for special coins and for growing your collection. The live stream, a little bit different. She's driving over there. She's in control of everything you see on the screen, but I'm basically the hairy arm that gets to sort through the coins, give stuff away, and talk on the microphone. So I'm your host for tonight. So for those of you that are new, you're in for some entertainment. And in the stream itself, you've got a ton of people from literally all over the world that have just a tremendous amount of knowledge about coins, about all kinds of different things. You'd be surprised. Their day jobs. Don't forget those. So we have a great night tonight set up. We're going to start with a full box. Are we ready to go with that, sweetie?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I've got information with my screen name. If somebody has a different screen name, then
Gotcha.
please send me a message.
Okay. If you make a donation to the PayPal account up top, please make sure if you have a screen name that's different from the name on your PayPal account that you put it in the note section to let us know what name to announce when we do your rolls. If you've already done that tonight, we have a couple tonight that don't have screen names. So all we can assume at this point is that that's the name you're using on the internet. If it's not, then at the top of the screen where it says email, jbcoinsinc@gmail.com, not the PayPal, just the email, send B an email with your PayPal name and your screen name. That way we use your avatar name and don't accidentally release your personal information out to the internet for all eternity. We talk a lot about security and not putting yourself out there too much, because you are collecting coins and you are telling the internet that you're collecting coins, and not necessarily a good combination. So that's why we go by J and B. And, you know, lots of folks have different names on here. So we're starting with a full box. The first full box is Lori Weaver Deals full box for her birthday. So happy birthday to Laura, or Lori, excuse me. And you have a choice between 1, 2, 3, and 4. What would you like it to be, Lori? Pick a good one.
Pick the one with the silver.
Pick the one with the silver, B says. Pat Scott, welcome. Martine Ladadine, welcome. Sticks and Stones, welcome. Heather's Chubby Hubby, a member, welcome. Lori, you're very welcome. You're always here and you're always a pleasure. So what more could we ask? We hope you have a wonderful birthday and that this is a great box and that I do great pulls. I don't know about the pulls. I can't guarantee those. I can't really guarantee any of it, but
Did you say hi to Barbara R?
Barbara R, hi. AWO Collectibles Woody Bill, a member, welcome.
Number 4, she said.
Number 4, she says. Okie dokie. There we go. There's box number 4. So I think in the intro I explained every single box. I might not have. Every single box of rolls. This is a full box. It's sealed at the Mint or the Armored Car Company. And we can't put the coins inside that we mark. So they're in this envelope. Every other box you'll see, if it's an open box, we color the paper wrappers and hide them in the box. So every single box we do is guaranteed to have 3 40s and 2 90s. Full box or open box, doesn't matter. And that's on top of whatever silver might be or goodies might be in that, too much tape on there, in that box by itself. We're just putting 5 more to make sure that you have fun and get some good stuff. BU 66, 40%er. 63 BU Benji, 90%er. 67 BU 40%er. 62D Benji, 90%er. And 65 BU, and that might be an SMS. It's very close. We got a bunch of those. That one batch that B had, so they've been kind of randomly put in there. So there's your 3 black ones, 40%ers. There's your 2 90s. Still having trouble finding walkers, the quality that we like. So we're swapping out 90 for the red mark roll. So here, the green and the red are Benji's in the 5 guaranteed. If we pull a red roll in a box, not this one obviously, but in an open box, that's a 1964, 90% single year of issue BU, substituting for the Walking Liberty that we would normally have had in that red wrapper. Or for that red wrapper. So, now I put my little towel down here to dampen the noise. For those of you who are new, the reason we do this is you'll see me dumping the coins and you'll see me dumping coins here. It makes a lot of noise, and I was doing it for the last 2 or 3 years we've been doing the live stream to my left between B and I and dumping it into a bin without realizing it. We were damaging B's right ear very badly. So her ear is currently still healing. It's very sensitive to noise. I've moved the bin over here underneath the tripod for the camera, and I've got a towel like this in there to kind of dampen that noise, and also the towel here to dampen the noise. So until she's feeling better, we'll have these towels out here. So that's why we've got them. Catherine Schmidt, a member, welcome. Okay, here we go. Shiny 2018 on the end. Hopefully it doesn't have a crimper kiss, but it's face out. So good luck, Lori. Bill Driscoll, a member, welcome. AWO, I think that's possibly what she's got but any loud noise really hurts. So 2018 Nifty, unfortunately, it does have the crimper kiss out, way out by the rim. This newer design of the Nifties that's kind of dish-shaped, the crimper kiss is almost all the way to the rim. On the older flat face Kennedy that we were used to, the crimper kiss is a dash mark between the letters. So good luck, Lori. Let's see if we can't find some treasure for you for your birthday. Not just silver, but some cool stuff, hopefully. Zoe, we're getting close to your favorite song. That's only about 2 weeks away, I think. Or maybe a week away. Week away, yeah. Week from tomorrow. North Carolina Roller, welcome. AW, what are ASMR videos? Maybe I'm just not with it. Hardcore, welcome. A girl who loves chickens, a member, welcome. ASMR equals no talking. Okay. Chad Brookman, welcome. So girls like whisper and tap on microphone. Well, there's only one woman here. She hasn't been a girl for a long time. Calling her a girl would be like calling a Lamborghini a car. Right, sweetie? Uh-oh. Got two shinies in here and kind of a grayish white one here. Oh. 63D Benji. 90% Silva. There you go. That was what? Roll number 5. There's the shiny one. 2006 with a crimper kiss. Another shiny one, 2014. Pretty. Anything else in there? Have to see. That's a good start. You got 3 Benjis already. NZ Coin Roller, you're scheduled for this week, pending the blood work. Jason 410, welcome. Hap Nation, welcome. AWO, Lori Weaver Deal, the box I'm doing. That's her birthday. Whoa. 74 in really nice shape. Remember, 71 to 74, those are the ones that have probably the most common, that set of years for finding years and varieties. Obviously, there's a lot more in the Kennedy series, but these are just easy to cherry pick out as we're going through these. And Jen said last night that she's sending off 2 of the coins that we sent her, that she found a bunch, I think 11 or 12 DDOs, DDRs, and she's sending 2 off to be graded. So she used to work in a coin shop, so she knows a thing or two about what's good for sending off and what's not. So Brett, yeah, Zoe's little speeded up trick is something that I do. I've said this before, ever since she taught us that. I do it a couple of times during a box, and I do it right before we do a giveaway. Sometimes it gets me to like 8 seconds lag. Sometimes it gets me to 0 lag, and either one is better than 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. Sometimes people have 5 or 10 minutes lag. And obviously, if we do a giveaway, we're halfway into the next box before they even hear their name get called. So there's no way they're going to shout out within the minute timer if their name gets called. So just doing that keeps you current, because, we're always seeing folks saying, "Cool Benji," and it's like we're already like 20 or 30 rolls past it. So they're missing out too. So, and if you get the lag too long and then you hit the speed up, then you wind up kind of missing what happened in between. So it's just a neat little trick from a neat little girl, and it really, really helps the experience. 71's so close. In fact, I'm going to give that one. It's your birthday. He's got a little bit of scuff on his forehead and his jaw, but nothing really major, I guess. And that is one of the years. So, Scoop, a member, welcome. Greg Welch, welcome. Alrighty, next 10. Sip of coffee here. Okie dokie. We did get a bit of an update, kind of a shock actually today. Earl Shaner, welcome. Franklin half dollars are 90% silver. That's the first thing. Secondly, some of them are very extremely rare, but also almost every year has an error on them. So they're a great series to check for condition, but also for errors. And there's a lot of value there. We have several videos on them, and you can check that out. I'm going to pull this up real quick so I can see it. There was a story, actually two stories, that came out today on Coin World. The mint apparently has changed the household limit for the new Morgan and Peace dollars. Instead of 25 household limit, they've lowered it to 10. You know, I don't know. Maybe they realized that, 25 per household, 175,000 are going to go quick. Maybe they figure 10 is going to help. Don't know. The other thing is the 2022 new quarters with Sally Ride and Maya Angelou being the first two in 2022. The obverse is getting a completely new design. It's not going to have George Washington like that anymore. It's going to have a completely new George Washington. It's called the Fraser design, the Fraser portrait. So want to put that out there. Also, Vietnam War medical crews, folks that were actually medevac crews during Vietnam War, are probably going to get a Congressional Gold Medal awarded to them, which is pretty cool. Long overdue. Hopefully a lot of them are still around and can claim those. I know a few of them. I knew one that was a pilot and got the Congressional Medal of Honor. I knew him about 20 years ago, so hopefully he's still alive. I've lost track of him, but he was in his 60s back then. Heck of a guy. But yeah, some very cool updates today. On a Saturday, no less, unless they dropped them last night, overnight, before they went home. Who knows? That's big in Washington. If you want to drop news and not have anybody pick up on it, you drop it on a Friday night at the end of the day and hope that it gets lost in the weekend. That's what the politicians do anyway. So far, we only got one silver. Benji. I don't think Lori's going to let that stand, though. It's her birthday. It's her birthday box, so probably back there doing like the voodoo doll on me and everything, you know? Rudy, basically, our house coffee, if you will, that we drink, most of the time, is Seattle's best decaf. That's what we make here at the house most often. We have had some Kona decaf from time to time. That was nice. Tonight, B has me drinking high test so that I can get coffee and sugar amped up pretty quick, get my energy level up. And then I'll switch over to her stuff, which is yummy. 73 that they colored to try and make it look like it's not. So, yeah, we prefer at this point, we've kind of gotten a little burned out on Starbucks. We've kind of, we kind of like having the homemade coffee. You know, where we live, we can buy Black Rifle coffee and make it at home, but we can't get it, you know, at a store yet. You know, at a or well, we can get it at a retail store, but we can't go to like a drive up like with Starbucks or, you know, Dunkin' Donuts, that kind of thing. Ew, burn up. Blah, 78, I think that was. 2008 Nifsy. I know there are some Black Rifle coffee shops that they've been opening up this last 6 months or so. They opened one in Tennessee, I think, one in Texas, San Antonio. They're really smart about what they're doing because they're opening a lot of their shops near military bases. So Fort Hood, that kind of stuff. 72. And, you know, you can go in, get coffee mugs, merch, things like that. And I've actually emailed them and asked them when they're opening one near here because having an alternative to Starbucks that supports the military and all their products are made in the USA, Seattle, I mean, Starbucks, all those companies, everything they've got is made in China. So, you know, would love to support Black Rifle here in the area, but we do like making coffee and just having it here. 2008 Nifsy, we both love coffee, so 1971D, a gorgeous one right there. Lenny Black, welcome. Imelda Garcia Moreno, a member, welcome. They got a lot of good ones, Heather. Heather's Chubby Hubby. David Baca. Good point, David. Dwayne, welcome. Yeah, I asked them whether or not they're just doing all company stores or franchises. I wouldn't mind getting a Black Rifle coffee franchise here. I'm sure it would be very successful. The cool thing is like 70 or 80% of their employees are veterans, and they donate tons and tons of money and coffee to military organizations, coffee and stuff that they send to the folks that are deployed. They support and also run some of their own charities for like wounded veterans and stuff. They just did a bow and arrow competition with wounded veterans. So, you know, I saw one guy with only one arm and he was holding the bow, compound bow, and he had the trigger release in his teeth. You know, I mean, wow. 2017 Nifsy. So that was pretty cool, you know. And they're big outdoorsmen, so they post videos up from time to time with they got their coffee sitting on a boulder in the river and they're fly fishing or something, you know. And then there's Matt Best, who's one of the co-founders, and he does all those crazy videos on YouTube You know, you know, thank you for my service, and you know, making fun of certain things, and you know, military and otherwise. And it's, I mean, he gets like 24, 25, 30,000, you know, million views on each video. It's crazy, but it's a lot of fun. Those of us that served, you know, watch those videos and just crack up. But even people that didn't serve crack up. They entered a partnership with Bass Pro Shops right around Christmas, and you can go to a Bass Pro or Cabela's, and you can go to, and they have the little stand-up thing, and they've got different types of the coffee from Black Rifle. Well, they shot a video in a closed Gander Mountain. I think it was Gander Mountain or Cabela's. Wait a minute. Anyway, it's a Christmas video with Black Rifle, and it's either Cabela's or Bass Pro. And they're basically running a special op, trying to, you know, black op, sneak in the middle of the night with their, you know, night vision goggles and get the coffee and all that. And the video runs about 8 or 10 minutes, and they actually premiered it on LinkedIn, and the thing went viral. It's hysterical. It is absolutely hysterical. They destroy the store. So if you can find the video and you want to get a good laugh, if you can find the video, it's a Black Rifle Christmas Battle Royale, I think it's called, and the founders are in it. There's different people that are in it that, you know, if you watch YouTube at all, you see people, you know, and then there's so much going on, and it's so fast that it's happening that there's a lot of people, myself included, that have watched these videos like 6, 8, 10 times, because every time you catch a little bit more of the detail of what they put into this thing, because it just happens so fast. You're just like, oh man, and you're busy laughing or something, and then you miss something. You got to go back and see it. It's just, that video is a lot of fun. It really is. And I think that's one of the cool things too, is those guys, they kind of make fun of themselves, you know, and obviously they did serious business. There's a 73 in nice shape. So I think you got 71, 2, and 3, and 4 already over there. Doesn't mean we're done. Far from it. Black Rifle National Anthem? I haven't seen that one yet. I'm going to have to look that up. Actually, that's a very nice bicentennial. I'm glad it rolled off the pile. BA, is Vet TV that new one they just started up, that it's basically just like a live chat of veterans where they just let her rip, and, you know, just like if we were all in a room? I could imagine how bawdy that thing is. Have not got to check it out. I saw the ad for it. Very pretty 71. (2014) Nifsy with some gold toning on it. It's a pretty one. That one's probably going to rainbow up. So last to the top deck, first to the basement. Thomas Buckley, welcome. Got quite a few shinies in here. Let's see if we got any good. That one's not. That one is. It's a 72. Got the flow lines, got the halo. Very cool. And possible error, of course. That one, not so much. Another beautiful bicentennial. That one's got a little bit of toning starting on it as well. A lot of the rainbows that we find from this bank that we've been using for over a year. When we get into a box full with rainbows, it just seems like there's a lot of them that are bicentennials, which is cool. There are also these these boxes that we've been getting from this bank have been kicking out silver for a long time. We've got several pretty good length streaks in this last year. And then we have a couple weeks where there's, hit and miss, but then we usually wind up getting back on a streak. There's a 74 in beautiful condition, and it's kind of a gunmetal gray. It's or destroyer gray. I'm not sure what color gray you'd call that, but it's got a little bit of blue and a little bit of gray. Those are kind of cool. I like that color. When they patina up that color, they're very pretty sometimes. Jason, yeah. Right at the beginning, we found a 63D Benji. Very cool, Metal Dragon. No, crimper. Didn't see the crimper. But that one doesn't have a crimper. Another nice 71. Gypsy Bass Man was not feeling well, so he came in and basically just said hi and said he was not feeling well, and I think he might have gone to bed. He's been hurting pretty bad the last couple days. Pretty sure he's still recovering from that eye surgery. We'll do the giveaway at the end of the box. Do the 100 giveaway at the end of the box. When we do the end of the box giveaway, we'll do them both at the same time, okay? Mark Martin, welcome. A member. Johnny J from Portugal, welcome. See what I mean? From around the world, we got Portugal, UK, Canada, Australia, Hawaii. I mean, the list will keep growing as the night goes on, too. Tomorrow is your turn for the Moderna vaccination, huh, Rudy? Congrats and good luck. That was a nice 73 that somebody took an angle cutter to it. You can see the cut on both sides. Looks like a pair of pliers, but, you know, cut wire with it. There's a professional name for it, but we won't use it on this channel because it might be taken the wrong way. Pollock 14, welcome. Man, a whole bunch of bicentennials in a row, but nothing really rises to the occasion. I was hearing a strange ping sound there, but didn't see anything. Diagonal cutters, yeah, that's another name for them. Earl, everything that we've been hearing from folks that we know is the first shot is supposedly a piece of cake, other than maybe being a little sore where you get it. The second shot, it depends on the person, and some people get like a mild reaction that, basically they feel kind of crummy for a couple days. S.J. Smith, a member, welcome. That's true. We could call them diagonal cutters. Shiny. 2003 Philly. That's a pretty one. What's this? 71, very mangy. Need the penicillin shot after that. You can make the penicillin shot with that. Only a sore arm for you, Barbara? Cool. Michael Ellis, a member, welcome. Come on, Lori. Another nice 71. Nicole Cruz, welcome. A member. Wow, another 71. Bunch of them in this box. Well, that one's got the crimper around it. Otherwise, that would have been another one. You got your 2 shots of Pfizer and just had a sore arm, Lori? Good. Really shiny one. 2019. Ooh, pretty. What's this dark one? It's a bicentennial D. Nope. Not quite. But that one's nice. No crimper marks. Beautiful 71. Halo, flow lines. You're going to have pretty good odds, actually, with that many 71s of finding a DDO, DDR, or a combo. You find a combo on coins that nice, you're going to be doing like Jen and sending it in for grading. Pretty sure it was Jen that was doing it. Do we? Uh-oh. 67, 40% silver. That's two. Boom, chicka, wow, wow. Yeah, just about a whole roll of 71s. All right, last 10 in the box. Woodworker guy, welcome. You can check, Chad, you can check pcgs.com. Go to their coin facts page, type in the year and the era or variety, and then you'll see all the auction. Go to the sold. Well, it'll show you the grades, and then it'll show you all the auction results for that grade, you know, sometimes going back 10 years. And that's quite a bit more accurate than the Red Book, in my opinion. The Red Book is, the data is about a year old by the time it hits the newsstand. And by the time we get it, it's closer to 2 or 3 sometimes. And of course, it doesn't change, but the PCGS numbers change every time there's an auction. And they put the price and the date of the price. So if it sold for $20,000 10 years ago, but every sale since then has gone down, you can see that. So you don't sit there and go, oh, it's worth 10 grand. No, the first one was. Between that and PCGS photo grade, you can pretty much lay your coin and compare it to the grades they have for that coin, 65, 66, 67, 68, whatever. And you get kind of where you think that coin's going to be. And then you can go to Coinfax and look at that grade and see what the historic prices of them are. And that helps you decide whether or not it's worth getting graded, and, you know, whether or not it's worth sending it off to auction to make some cash. Robert A. Oh, 2020 Red Book finally came out. '74 in beautiful shape. Getting down to the wire on rolls here, though. Montana, don't blame me, man. Go find the goodness. That's 2 rolls. Excuse me. Don't see any more silver. Okay, so you got 2 silvers here that count for the box battle. If somebody else buys a box, you got the 5 guarantees, and you got, looks like, 24 NIFCs and 71 Ds and stuff such over here. And time for 25 pulls. Josu, welcome. Good luck, Lori. Blank on the first pull. Josu, there are still rolls, yes. Real ruler, welcome. Blank on the second pull. Blank on number 3. $40 on number 4. $40 on number 5. $40 on number 6. $40 on number 7. Blank on number 8. $40 on number 9. $40 on number 10. Blank on number 11. $40 on number 12. Blank on number 13. $40 on number 14. Blank on number 15. $40 on number 16. Cujo's going after somebody. Blank on number 17. Blank on number 18. Blank on number 18. Blank on number 19. Blank on number 20. $40 on number 21. Blank on number 22. 40 on number 23. $40 on number 24 is what my count is, but I'm seeing that they're saying that I'm 1 point off. So, all right, so I stopped at 24. So is 24 actually, is what I'm calling 24 actually 25? Count is good. Cool. Thanks, Tiny. I saw you guys talking about that and I was able to adjust. So, Lori, Silver Eagle time. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Brett Maxwell, welcome. John Waz, welcome. Come on, birthday girl. There we go, number 4. 2019 first release, MS-70 Silver Eagle. Very cool, very pretty. 62 BU Benji, Denver. 63 Philly BU Benji, 90%er. So there's 3. Take 2 from here, that's 5. Then we can count. And we already said we got 24 over there. So that's 10, 15, 18, and 2 from the rolls make 20 silvers. Benji gets stuck under the tray. There we go. So 20 silvers. And 24 over here. Nice. Happy birthday. Thank you, Lori. Many, many more to come. All with good health. All right, time for me to go wash my hands. We'll put the next box up, and we'll do the end of box giveaway for the one we just finished for Lori. And the 100 like giveaway as well. So be back in a sec. Okay, so box number 2 for the night. Open box. 5 hidden silver marked rolls and whatever else is in there. Tony E, welcome. First person tonight in this box is Colorado Coins, but we're going to do giveaways first. We have the end of box giveaway and we have the 100 likes giveaway. End of box giveaway is a 1976 bicentennial first day cover. July 4th, 1976, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. First day of issue, First Continental Congress, and Paul Revere, I believe that is. No, that's Thomas Jefferson. I apologize. Knew it should have been Jefferson, but it looked like Paul Revere. So, there you go. Good luck, everybody. Do the Zoe trick so you don't have any lag, or as little as possible. Joyful Diamonds. I have to admit, I like the 90s. Don't blame you. Because I have under a handful of 90s and would really like to increase my collection. Hey, thank you and Jay and me for the hard work you do for the family. Joyful Diamonds, you're on the timer. Same difference, really. Yeah, in school nowadays it probably is. Joyful Diamonds. You got 20 seconds left. Joyful Diamonds, 5 seconds. Next up, time's up. Good luck. Colorado Coins. Colorado Coins is on the timer for the giveaway. And they're going to be starting the first box if they're here. Colorado Coins, are you here? Colorado Coins is here. Very cool. Congratulations. Now, we have the 100 like giveaway. We have a 2000 Massachusetts gold-plated Denver. A 1969 SBU penny. And an Ecuadorian 50 centavos, 1979 BU condition. Really is. It's gorgeous. That's almost like Mr. Balboa, the Panamanian coin. So that's for 100 likes. So good luck, everybody. Shivan Draco, welcome. Joe Marks, Benji's, of course. Right to the point. Kurt Pierce, a member, welcome. Donald Carter, a member, welcome. Joe Marks. Ashes, welcome. And thank you for your service.
20 seconds, 25 seconds left.
20 seconds left for Joe Marks. I think he's been called a couple of times and never been here. Dalton M, welcome. Next up, time's up. Good luck. Sorry, Joe. Dana F, a member, welcome. Old Bell, I like the Benjis better. Old Bell, you're on the timer. We're doing okay, Ashes. How are you doing? Old Bell's here. Congratulations. Very cool. That Ecuadorian's gorgeous. I mean, these are all cool, but...
Oh, what did I new number before the stream started?
Yeah,
Did you
I
say
already
it?
said hi and thanked them. And... Yep. I'm pretty sure I did the sequence right, but I don't know exactly for how long. I did the coin thing coming down, but I still had the timer going. So, it's okay. Holly Armstrong, welcome.
I didn't know.
Human coming at you. Welcome.
Okay, so let's start the box.
Alrighty, so we're going to start this box. And Colorado Coin starts us off. 5 rolls. Where would you like them, Colorado? If that ain't a loaded question. Ryan Adams, welcome. Oh, it's fun playing with the grandbaby. Colorado. You're the starting point. 5 rolls. And I never saw the question answered. 23. Don't know what 23 means. So starting point, how many down, how many over? And I also didn't see the answer whether or not you have a shop in Denver. Colorado, I'm old and slow. I don't, 23 doesn't help me. Need a little decoding there.
Maybe he wants you to count.
I don't know.
Where to start?
Yeah, I don't know. I need translation. Ryan, everybody's invited. BA, it's 2 down, 3 over. Is that what that means? And Tiny says 3 down, 3 over. Oh, man. 2 down, 3 over. Okay, 2 down, 3 over. All righty. Joyful Diamonds, welcome. Bill Robertson, welcome. So we have rolls available like this, and we also have a full box available like Lori did if somebody wants one and wants to get in a box battle with her. So Colorado, do you have a coin shop? Black marked roll on there. 70% to start. Not too shabby. $23 from the start of the box. We were trying to figure it out. It was like, but 23rd would be here. So hopefully I grabbed the right coins. And I checked them for mark rolls. So, okay. Oh, you do the online thing with eBay? Okay. It's a nice 72. I let go of it, and then I was like, wait a minute. It's common sense. Welcome. Oh yeah, it's common sense. This is, if you think about it, this has been around probably, I mean, I'm 63 and I remember my uncle's bringing change home from work. It was loose change. But my mom was a bank teller back then, and she would bring home rolls of brand new issue coins, stuff like that. So to some extent, going through your change, coin war hunting, whatever coins, silver stacking, whatever you want to call it. My uncles were doing silver stacking from the minute the 64s were announced to be the last silver. They were putting silver away back then. So we've been doing this for 8 years as a channel, longer as individuals, but yeah, obviously there's less and less silver. When you think about it, 64 was 57 years ago, and we're still finding silver in circulation. So, we every once in a while we get kind of like, oh man, there's not as much silver as there used to be, or what happened to all the silver? Well, realistically, people have been pulling the silver out for 57 years. So what we're probably finding is people, and we say it all the time, people whose collections, they pass away, they pulled it out 57 years ago, or it was still in circulation. Their kids don't know, gets dumped into circulation, and we get lucky enough to find it. Razak, a member, welcome. Razak the Hunter. Oh, man. Allie, that's a cool idea. I like that. All right. So there's Colorado's coins. Now comes his pulls. Yeah, Ruler, I remember searching pennies when I was like 8 years old, 10 years old. That was 50 years ago. And you could find lots of Wheaties and Mercury dimes, Buffalo nickels, tons of stuff, because that was the early 60s. I mean, 60, if I was 8, it would have been like 1966. So there was tons of old stuff. But, like a lot of kids back then, a lot of it I spent on comic books and candy and things like that. I didn't know, I liked it. I enjoyed it, but, it wasn't really till I met my beautiful bride over here that I really kind of kicked it into high gear and said, hey, wait a minute. I've been doing this a long time. Let's see. 40%er. Now the question is, was that number 1 or number 2? I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't recall. I have no memory of anything at all. Just got done with a box of quarters and found 3 of your WDDR 001s. Oh, man. You would not believe how many of those quarters I have over here to go through that microscope. Man, I've been stacking them. Yeah, your childhood piggy bank? No kidding, Allie. How about like your dad or your grandpa's change jar that they used to dump things in? Blank on the second one. Ah, Paul, that happens so many times. 40 on the third one. So, 3 40s and a beautiful 72. Thank you, Colorado. Congrats. Paul Orange. Back for another bite at the apple. Or would that be orange? 10 rolls. There we go. Oh, no mark rolls? Oh, okay. Good luck, Paul. Yeah, I know I've said this before. It wouldn't have been quite as painful about spending like the Mercury dimes on comic books in the 60s if my mom wouldn't have decided to give away my baseball card collection while I was in the military, because she didn't think I'd want it when I came back. All this stuff was in the closet, and I had it all organized. I had full sets that I had. You couldn't buy full sets back then. You had to assemble them. I had full sets, and I had them in, boxes that they made to put the sets in. I had the years written on them. I had rookie cards set aside in a separate box. And then I had a stack of comic books that was probably 3 feet high. And they were in the original cellophane wrapper. I would take them out very carefully and look at them really carefully, and then close them and then put them back in the cellophane and then stack them in the closet. I had all 7 issues of the Silver Surfer, for example. And Silver Surfer 1, when our oldest daughter went to college, would have been enough to pay for her first year of college tuition. But my mom threw out all the comic books, thinking that it was junk, collecting dust in the closet, and again, that I wouldn't want them when I came home. So when it came college time, I asked her to get her checkbook out, and she said, "For what?" I said, "Just get your checkbook out." And then I told her the story, and she turned white as a sheet. She's like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "No, there was probably $100,000 worth of comics in there. Today's market price that you threw out. Not counting the baseball cards, Hank Aaron rookie cards, Nolan Ryan had 3 or 4 Nolan Ryans. And then if that wasn't bad enough, she thought I was yanking her chain. One of her best friends inherited a baseball card from her father. Now this lady at the time was probably pushing 70, and her husband had died. It was just her and her daughter. Her daughter needed to go to college, and she was kind of broke. 79 in eye shape. So she asked my mom to ask me if this old baseball card that her dad had told her to put in the safe deposit box was worth anything, and could she sell it? And so she brought it over from the bank to show it to me, and it was an Honus Wagner. And she sold it for enough money to pay for her daughter's, all 4 years of her daughter's college, and then some. So, yeah, that definitely proved for my mom what baseball cards were worth. That was kind of cool though, holding the Honus Wagner, man. It was cool, but at the same time, it's like, oh, geez. She had it in a little plastic thing. The little sleeves they had for baseball cards. Her dad had told her to do that, or maybe he did that. And he told her to be very careful with it. Don't bend it. Don't get it wet. You know, I mean, he told her everything except for the fact that it was valuable, you know. He might have told her it was valuable, but she might have thought, you know, a couple $100. 72 in nice shape. And in fact, she found that in that safe deposit box and showed it to me, I think the month after Wayne Gretzky, if you guys that are old enough to remember, I think it was the month after Wayne Gretzky paid the record for Honus Wagner, which I think was close to $1 million, if I remember right. Again, this was 20 or 30 years ago. It was when Gretzky was still playing. So, you know, 1 month after the record sale for that, it was kind of like, I don't know what this one's going to sell for because they got to determine, you know, condition compared to the one that just sold. But, and we didn't have the internet. We couldn't really look it up. Yeah, the gum was pretty nasty. Although I did eat the gum, chew the gum. Not always, but once in a while. Jimmy Sanchez, welcome. Wow. Okay, Nicole. There. After last night, I'm gonna say there's two of them. There's the guy that the person that was here that is a member, and it's in green, JNB's #1 fan. That one is, so far as we know, legit because they were in the stream last night talking to us. But the copycat JB Coins channel, the one that looks just like our logo, that's been putting messages in the comments after you guys leave comments and stuff, that is some sort of a spam bot that puts in numbers. It says, call my manager or call my financial advisor or invest in this or that. We've mentioned it before. We've given you guys warnings before. We've notified YouTube several times, never gotten a response from them. But interestingly enough, I was watching a week or two ago, I was watching a different channel, totally different topic. And the person was giving a warning to their members about that very thing and showed the screenshot, and it looked exactly like the screenshots from the stuff that we were getting and probably what you got just now. So it's apparently a YouTube-wide thing. It's some sort of, you know, spam bot or something like that, and YouTube is either unable to or unwilling to do anything about it. But it's not us. We would never do that. We don't do investments. We don't sell investments. I mean, we do our own investments, but we have nothing to do with a brokerage. We, you know.
Sure, they have 1 subscriber, so that.
And if you do click on their site, like B just said, you don't even have to click on it. B did it for you, but B said if she, what?
You don't have to do anything. It shows next to the comment.
Okay, it shows next to the comment B is explaining to me, which is good because I didn't understand. Right next to the comment, it shows that they only have 1 subscriber. We obviously have 204,899. So if it's showing 1 subscriber, it's clearly not us. Okay. Thanks, Nicole. We appreciate that. It is, Billie Jean, it is creepy, and like I said, it was really strange to be watching a channel in the last week. Yeah, Daniel had it too. But I mean, this was, you know, Daniel being in coins as well. I thought maybe it was somebody that was targeting coins, right? I was watching something completely unrelated to coins or financial stuff or anything else. I think I was watching, like, you know, a car, you know, where they do barn finds and stuff, or car restoration stuff or something like that. And, you know, up pops this warning message, and it's exactly the same, you know, exactly the same thing. Copied their stuff and was leaving the same exact comments. same numbers, same messages, everything. So that's why I say I don't understand why YouTube, you know, doesn't do something about that, you know. But they don't seem to be real responsive to things like that, or you know, a lot of different things which we won't discuss so we don't get in trouble with YouTube. But they will crack down on, you know, they will crack down on stuff that they probably are wasting a heck of a lot of people's time, and they won't crack down on this stuff, you know. J and B, what is a proof set you would want to get your hands on if you don't have it already? Jimmy Sanchez. What do you think, sweetie? 2012 comes to mind. That's a very expensive one. It's hard to find at a reasonable price, but under $200, you're probably in the ballpark. 200 or over, you're probably overpaying, but I don't know. Silver's gone up. What do you think, sweetie?
What do you want to buy, or somebody just
Jimmy Sanchez is asking, what proof set would you want to get your hands on if you don't have it already? And I'm thinking 2012 is one.
64 SMS.
64 SMS, yeah, that's like a rare bear. Right. But on the 2012, is the price point still 200 or less?
Yeah.
Yeah, B says yeah. She keeps track of that stuff, you know, more than I do. And then what was the other one? What, 1947? The first one? 36.
First one is 36.
First one's 36. That one's what, thousands?
Oh,
Yeah. So you figure that one's got Walking Liberty in it. Two of them, right? Full set would be, I don't know if the 36 had P and D or if it was just S's. I can't remember. P and D and S?
depends on which one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. So it depends on which one you're talking about, but it could be P and D or it could be PD and S. And if it's PD and S, then you're going to have 3 silver Walking Liberties. You're going to have 3 silver dollars, right? 36. 36 they didn't make silver dollar, right? They stopped in 34.
Before they stopped.
Yeah. So there's no silver dollar in the 36 set. Starts with the Liberties. I mean the Walking Liberties. Then you'd have silver Standing Liberty quarters. And then you'd have silver Mercury dimes. And then Buffalo nickel. And wheat penny, right? Yeah. Times 3. So PD and S. So that would be a heck of a set. So
Minus the name of my business.
take it easy, Moss Man. Thanks for coming. All right, Thomas, take care. Thanks for coming. Let's see. So that was Paul Orange. He's got 6 pulls coming. %40 on the first pull. Blank on the second pull. Blank on the third pull. 601st, welcome back. 40 on the fourth pull. I hope that was correct. Blank on number 5. One more pull. Jimmy, for me, I've said this before many times, so some folks are going to hear it again. Number 6 is a blank for Paul Orange. So Paul Orange got 2 40s and 2 specimen coins. When I was about 8, 9 years old, I had 2 uncles, one that lived in the same apartment with me, one that lived a block away. The one that lived with me owned 3 gas stations in the 60s, back when you would make change and paid cash and check the oil and clean the windshield, all that kind of stuff. So he'd bring home the day's change and have me go through it on the dining room table. On Saturday mornings, I got to go to the YMCA, which was right next to his gas station. So in the morning, I'd go to the YMCA, take the L train there, do the kids program, swimming, basketball, whatever it was that Saturday. And noon it would end. I'd go across the street and pump gas. And he had a metal milk crate between the pumps for me to be able to stand on it so I could check the oil, clean the windows on those old 50s cars. Because I was a little tiny guy. And I'd pump the gas, and then charge them, get the money, run around the car, go inside, give it to my uncle who was sitting at the desk watching me. He'd make the change, give it to me. I'd run the change back out. So at the end of the day, he'd have the change on the desk. And then I would go through the change on the desk, and then we'd go home for dinner. The other uncle worked for the Chicago Transit Authority and retired from there, and he was a conductor. So he collected all the money for riding on the train. So at the end of the day, he had all of his change, that he would bring home, and he'd plunk that down on the table. So that's kind of what I got into it, because that uncle bought me my first Whitman blue book, because I remember it. I actually still have it. It's got my name written in, an 8-year-old's handwriting in pencil on the inside of it. And, it's a penny book, and it's, and I had pushed in the pennies. There's still some pennies in it left that survived the comic book and candy days. But that's what started me. So, Leanne, welcome. Oh, Tiny. That's a bummer. Alrighty. So Paul Orange, I did his. Nicole Cruz is next. She got 5. I wonder which 5 she's going to get. There's 3. And 2 is 5. See, I even survived new math that was just starting when I was a kid. But we still called it old math. 63 Benji, BU. It's Nicole again. Sniper! Sniper alert! Castro, you guys have a great, or not last year, but probably again this year, hopefully. They just had Sun and Fun in Florida, which is the first official air show of the year. Rockford, Illinois, they have a huge air show out there usually. And then they have the big air show at the end of July, weekend, usually the last weekend in July, first weekend of August. That week is the EAA fly-in up in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And if none of you have made that and you're within driving distance, you really should check it out. That's one of those things that they have an amazing air show every day, about 6 o'clock. But they have, they got miles and miles. I think it's 7 miles from one end to the other along the flight line. There's a couple 100,000 airplanes. It becomes the busiest airport in the world for that week. There's all kinds of antique planes that people own. There's the museum itself that has a lot of cool stuff in it. It's a really cool It's a really cool thing. And they have like flight simulators and a bunch of different things. I usually get roasted pretty good. Pretty good sunburn before I get out to the flight line at 6 o'clock for the air show. I'm usually looking for some shade about that time. So it's kind of cool. You curl up on the ground on a blanket underneath the wing of a plane and watch an air show. Yeah, Jimmy. No clue. I mean, back then, there were 3 channels on the TV, and I was the remote. You know. Hey, can you get up and change the channel? Or turn on the TV. So I'd have to get up, go across the room, turn on the TV, and then I'd come back, sit down, work on whatever I was working on the floor. You know, my homework or building a model airplane or something like that. And it'd be, hey, change the channel. All 3 channels that were on. They all went off the air at 10:30 at night, even in Chicago. Went to the test pattern. And made that beep sound after they did the national anthem. And then the test pattern would be on all night until the channel came back on in the morning. So no different than anybody else back then. And then they came out with the first clicker remote, and I was thrilled. I didn't have to get up and change the channel or turn it on anymore. 71, a beauty. So yeah, we didn't have computers, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have color TV or any of that stuff back then. So imagining this, no. And for that matter, in high school, when I couldn't get a date because I was too much of a geek, imagining that I'd be married to somebody like B, as beautiful as she is, and as talented and intelligent as she is, and classy and everything, she's way out of my league, man. I never thought I had a chance. So if you'd have told me back then that someday I'd be married to her, I'd have told you were nuts. I was looking. Leanne, no, I've never made it to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Museum. The Air Force Museum itself. I've never made it to the one in DC, the Smithsonian, the 2 different museums that they've got tied there. I have made it to several museums out west. One at the Grand Canyon, which I think is out of business now, and they had a World War II tri-tail constellation that was Truman's first presidential aircraft. And the last I knew, that was just rotting in the desert, basically. But I think somebody finally went after it to try and restore it. Trying to think where else. Yeah, there's a few of them that I really would like to see, but certainly the Smithsonian's up there. Museum of Flight down in Florida, I'd like to see that one. I've seen a lot of their aircraft at the air show down there, but I've not seen the museum itself. So let's see. Nicole's got 3 pulls. 90 on the first pull, of course. Gee. %40 are on the second pull. Leanne, actually, one of the things... Hang on a second. That was second pull, I think. Yeah. Third pull, 40%er. All right. The one time that I was flying, not one of the times, the scariest thing I ever did flying an airplane, it sounds really stupid. 63 Benji BU-90, 64 Kennedy BU-90, 240 BUs, and a 71 beautiful specimen coin for Nicole Sniper Cruise.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. I was flying with a bunch of my friends. We went out to breakfast, and they worked at Edwards Air Force Base, and they all had classified jobs, and they all lived they still all live in a complex, an air park basically, just west of Edwards Air Force Base, and went out for Christmas to visit a bunch of them, and they decided we were going to fly about an hour flying time east of there to go to breakfast as a group. And it was kind of cold for California. So we flew out and had breakfast. It was great. On an airport, aviation theme restaurant. The food was awesome. Got back in the planes after we refueled, and then we flew back, and we were flying formation. And I had taken over the stick, and I was flying one of my friend's airplanes. And with his girlfriend, it was basically her plane, and I was flying it and maintaining formation, and I looked down and I realized we were flying over the corner of Edwards Air Force Base, and there was a C-17 taking off underneath us on the main runway, and we were several thousand feet above that. But I got on the intercom or on the radio, and I called ahead to my buddy that worked there, and I said, "Hey, have you seen? We're right over Edwards. We're in military airspace. We're not supposed to be here." I was really nervous. I was waiting for the F-16s to come up after us, and he starts laughing and he goes, "No, they know it's me." It's okay. We're just cutting the corner to get home. They know it's cool. It's no problem. And I'm like, okie dokie. But the whole time we're passing, it took like 5 minutes, even at 200 miles an hour, to go across Edwards Air Force Base. And it was like, oh my God, we're going to get shot down. Oh my God, we're going to get shot down. That literally, not flying upside down, not doing aerobatics, not pulling 6 or 8 Gs. None of that stuff scared me. Ejection seat straining didn't scare me. Flying over that base in a little plane in a formation, that scared me. Because all I could think was the air traffic control guys looking up, looking at their radar and seeing a flight of like 6 aircraft, overflying the base early in the morning. It's like, oh man. MDB is next. 10 rolls. I was never there, honest. That brought back a funny memory like that when you mentioned that. It's like, yeah, that was not cool. I've been to the Big Boneyard out there in Pima, Arizona, and I've been to the Pima Air Museum. That is awesome. And they have an aircraft there from my squadron, actually. That aircraft from my squadron is actually a Korean War vintage, early Vietnam vintage trainer. So it was before I wound up in that squadron, but it's kind of cool. 67 40%er for the black mark roll. And they've got like every kind of plane you can think of. They've got lots of old bombers, from a B-17, B-29, all the way to B-47 bomber, which was the first nuclear bomber before the B-52. That was in the movie. The B-47s were the aircraft that were in the movie with Jimmy Stewart about Strategic Air Command, which he actually flew in real life. He retired as a brigadier general, 71. And he flew those aircraft for SAC. He also flew combat missions during the war. Yeah, DeCastro. Yeah, Rockford was one of many military bases during World War II. We've got one not too far from here that used to be NAS Glenview, and that was a Navy training base during World War II. That was the main base where they trained Navy pilots to land on carriers. They flew out of NAS Glenview, which is about 30 miles north of Chicago. And they had the Wolverine and the Badger, which were basically converted coal tenders they put a flat deck on them, and they had them cruising out in Lake Michigan and rigged them up like an aircraft carrier. And these students would take Wildcats out there and Dauntlesses out there and try and land on the carriers, these little pretend carriers. And, you know, it was safer there because it was, you know, it was enough similarity to the ocean, because Lake Michigan can get some big waves and rough weather and all that. But a lot of them, including Georgia Bush 41, trained there, and a lot of them went off the deck. There's a couple of hundred of them down at the bottom of Lake Michigan. They've retrieved quite a few. If you've gone through O'Hare Airport, the one in there has been made to look like Butch O'Hare's aircraft. That was retrieved from Lake Michigan. They just retrieved 4 or 5 more recently, one of which they decided to put in a museum. I just read about this in the last couple of weeks, and of course I'm going to draw a blank. They actually decided to take that aircraft because it was in such pristine condition. It still had the paint and it still had the aircraft number, which was a series of letters back then for the training group, and they put it in the museum in that condition that they found it, because it was kind of like a time capsule, you know, unrestored. Very, very rare aircraft. There's some that are on the bottom of Lake Michigan that do not exist anywhere except the bottom of Lake Michigan. 1972 in nice shape. So that base was there from World War I until, I think, Clinton. Beautiful bicentennial. And when Clinton did the base realignment shutdown thing, that base got closed. That was where I went to my first air show when I was a little kid. I've actually got a black and white Polaroid with the Blue Angels autograph, with me inside the cockpit with the flight helmet on, in one of the aircraft from my squadron that I would wind up going to like 10, 12 years later, whatever it was. And then they turned the base over to the town. The town redeveloped it into a planned development, 71, with storefronts on the bottom, apartments up above. They saved the control tower and the main administration facade. So it's still got the Navy wings. It's still got the field elevation on it. And it's got the control tower on the top. And they have a museum there. But it's a very upscale, very expensive neighborhood now. They fished out a couple of really cool engines and things like that from the pond. They've got those over at the museum. But I actually wound up living there for about 2 years, which was really kind of strange. I was pretty much sitting in the apartment I figured one night that I was sitting in the apartment somewhere within a couple of 100 yards of where the picture of me in that Polaroid with the Blue Angels autographs from the early 60s, you know, and here I was 2010, 2011, something like that, living in this apartment, looking at the tower across the street. And, you know, that was where I was supposed to do my reserves, and they canceled my active reserve and put me into inactive reserve status for 3 years because of the base closure. And so a lot of history there. Love all that stuff. Amy Harrell, welcome. Nicole, you had to lose 60 pounds and you did it in 4 months? Holy cow. Yeah, Metal Dragon, all my stuff is in museums or out at the Boneyard in Pima. You can actually look at the Pima Air Museum boneyard on Google Earth. It's just outside of Tucson. It's the one of the world's largest aircraft boneyards. Thank you, baby. Yummy. DeCastro, the Blue Angels have been flying. They've just, because of everything going on, they've been restricted from, wear and all that kind of stuff. But they just also upgraded from the F-18s that they've been flying for a number of years to the F-18 Super Hornets. They just took delivery of those over the winter. And the F-18s that they used to fly are going to various museums. And I saw an article, again, in this past week, I saw an article about number 2, because, they're all numbered 1 through 7. Number 2 was broken down for transport, and it was on a back of a flatbed. It was all strapped down, and somebody did a write-up about the history of that aircraft, the pilots that flew it, and all that kind of stuff, and it was on its way to a museum. So all right, 6 pulls for MDB. Yeah, they do, unfortunately, Metal Dragon. I hate seeing that. They started to make some of mine into drones too. 40% are on the first pull. Now, the last time I went out there driving was probably 2009, something like that, when my youngest daughter deployed, and they flew her out of Tucson. And so once she got on the plane and took off, I drove over to the boneyard, and there's a road from the airport. The museum's on the left. The boneyard is pretty much straight ahead. You take a right, you go to the next traffic light, and you take a left, and it takes you back into an industrial area. And there's a car boneyard, which is incredible. You turn around, there's all these boneyards back there inside of chain link fences. They're privately owned. They're not part of the aircraft boneyard. And there's old cars back there that you wouldn't believe. And then there was like a B-24, I think, that was back there in with the cars. And then across the next traffic light down, if you went down to the intersection right before there's an overpass for the boneyard itself. But on the main road, on the right side by the light, there was a privately owned boneyard that had a gate to the main boneyard, and they had a contract to break up and salvage some of the aircraft. And I was able to get the stars and bars panel that had been cut off of a C-130 Alpha, Vietnam vintage. Guy gave it to me. I was looking for a bunch of stuff. They had F4 ejection seats. They had F4 radome nose cones, bunch of stuff. It was, and all kinds of aircraft, and you could just wander around. It was really cool. And they had wheels, and I wish I'd have bought one of those wheels. That was stupid of me. But pull number 2, 40%er. Get me off on airplanes, man. Get off track for a while. Number 3, 40%er. Silver Mustang. I got a buddy down in North Carolina that was a Rio in F-14s back in the day. Blank on number 4. Blank on number 5. Good one, 601st. Blank on number 6. Check and make sure the count is correct. I think it is. Heather's chubby hubby, don't laugh. My last lieutenant when I signed out of the squadron was Lieutenant Junior Grade REO Monroe, because he loved REO Speedwagon. They tagged him with the nickname. That was the nickname on his helmet, was REO. He wasn't a Rio, he was an instructor, but that was his handle. So MDB, 4 40%ers, 4 specimen coins. And I'm going really slow tonight because I'm telling too many stories. Jennifer Bell's got the next 10. And to this day, I remember Lieutenant Monroe was so cool. He actually grew up right near me. So that was the funny thing, was he was my last lieutenant down at the shop level. And he went to high school at the rival high school to the one that I went to before I went in the Navy. So we were comparing notes and stuff and giving each other grief about that. And read one. And he actually broke with tradition or protocol and invited me to a couple barbecues at his house. And it was all him and the other officers. Well, they all knew me from the flight line, so it was no big deal. Technically, he could have got in trouble for that. Commiserating with an enlisted, scum like me. 90% 63 Franklin for the red mark roll. Or wait a minute, the red ones are 64s right now, right? Sweetie? I can't hear you. Red one should be a 64, not a 63, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Made a mistake. Okay. There we go. So I got invited to the house, and then I got to meet his wife. And just like a lot of pilots, his wife was amazing. And I've never forgotten. She was such a sweetheart. And her name was Uli. Somehow REO Monroe, this average looking guy, except for the fact he was a Navy fighter pilot, and he was short like Tom Cruise, He winds up married to this tall, statuesque, like 5'7", 5'8", in her bare feet, from Sweden. And Uli was a sweetheart. Well, Steve was a great Monroe. Well, he was great too. When I came home, he had asked me to pay a visit to his mom, because his mom was, like 5-10 minutes north of my folks. So I did. I popped up the highway and went to his house and talked to his mom for a little while, and told her how they were doing and how he was doing, and what a great son she had. And I was being serious. He was a great guy. I really enjoyed being around him. My CO was awesome too. We had a lot of cool officers. We had one that was Frank Burns, and him and I banged heads a bunch of times, and the CO backed me up over the lieutenant commander that was Frank Burns. But the lieutenant commander actually had a mid-air accident with a student, destroyed the aircraft that he collided with, destroyed the one he was flying, should have ejected but didn't, landed the plane, thought he was going to get a hero's welcome. Instead, the CO was standing there with a clipboard and told him that he was going to do an accident review on the case. And we still don't have a silver in this box? Uh-oh. And to make it worse, since the CO knew that the engines were crushed and the lower part of the aircraft was crushed and severely damaged. And he knew that we didn't like each other, and he knew that I was very honest and, you know, conscientious about the aircraft. He hands me the clipboard in front of the lieutenant commander, the student, all the other officers, and he says, you know, so-and-so, you're in charge of the investigation. I was like an E2, E3, you know. Instead of putting a chief petty officer or lieutenant or somebody in charge of it, he puts me in charge of investigating the damage to the aircraft and recording all the damage to the aircraft. Not the investigation of the aircraft accident, but the damage to the aircraft. I wrote up everything that I found, including the fact that he, when he had the midair collision, the other aircraft's tail went between the two engines, and it went between and sliced the bulkhead open above the engines, and I could actually reach my hand up there and touch the fuel bladder, which had jet fuel in it, of course. And if that would have burst, those pilots would have been incinerated pretty quickly. And, you know, back then we could take pictures, but it was, you know, regular old cameras with film and all that. And I wasn't a photographer. So I had to bring in a photographer to take photographs with, you know, the ruler and all that kind of stuff, so they could see how extensive the damage was. But he wasn't real happy when I turned out that report. The CO had a big grin on his face, but the lieutenant commander wasn't real happy. But I didn't like the guy anyway. He was an accident waiting to happen. And I told the CO that several months before when he and I had another incident, and that's why he put me in charge of that. So, yeah, I had fun in the Navy. I would do it again in a heartbeat. Even though I'm paying the price for it now. Yeah, Zoe, we do. I'm pretty sure that's Zoe because it's all in caps. Whoops. I lost track of that fact because Uncle Jay was telling stories. Sorry to hear that, DeCastro. That's cool that he did that. But sorry to hear that he passed from ALS. Had a good friend of mine that passed from that. He was an engineer, very smart guy, and to watch him deteriorate like that was no fun. And then just this last couple days, Steve Mongo McMahon, I think that was his name, from the Chicago Bears team in '85. You know, Mongo, McMichael, that's what it was. Steve Mongo McMichael. He has ALS, and he basically did what Ronald Reagan and a couple of others have done. He gave a final interview to the local WGN channel here. They took pictures of him with his wife. She was feeding him. He's lost the use of his arms and his hands. And he was a huge guy, if you guys remember. He was a monster. And you know, he's got like the skin on his neck and his face is kind of hanging off of him. He's lost a ton of weight. And he said this is the last time you'll see me in public. And that was kind of sad. He was a big, tough dude, you know. But quite a few guys from that team are gone, from mostly TBIs and Sweetness. Peyton, he died of, I think, liver cancer, something like that, like 20 years ago. So, No, woodworker. That stuff's not funny. The streak is officially at risk. We're down to the last 10 rolls here. Tiny, you wrestled him at a house show? Holy cow. Blank on the first pull. Yeah, I remember he did wrestling for a while, didn't he? Now that you mention that. Blank on the second pull. And he always had that stupid little chihuahua. Great big guy with this stupid little chihuahua. 40% on the third pull. %40 on number 4, I believe. Very cool, Donald.
No single in this book so far.
Not yet. Down to the last 10 rolls. Number 5 is a blank. And I hope I'm correct on the count here. This should be number 6, I believe. Also a blank. Wait for the count because I'm not positive. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Were you keeping track of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Count is good. Okay, cool. So 64 BU 90%er and 2 BU 40%ers. Thank you, Jennifer. Bill Driscoll, last 10 in the box. We do still have full boxes and rolls like this available. Black mark roll. %40. Good luck. Don't want to rip that nail again. Down to 8 rolls here. We need silver. Not in this one. Come on, Bill. Nope. 5 rolls left. Four rolls left. Nicole got silver. The problem is she got silver in 2x2s. Three rolls left. Ew! Excuse me. 2 rolls left. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Zoe. Last roll. Thank you, Thomas. Nope. Ruh-oh. Not ruh-oh in a good way. West. No silver. Bound to happen eventually. I could lie to you to spare your feelings. Blank on the first pull. Blank on the second pull. We only made it to 19 this time. Oh, man. Blank on the third pull. Blank on the fourth pull. $40 on the fifth pull. Blank on number 6. Bummer. Silver's being stingy everywhere. 2 40s for Bill. Thank you, Bill. Well, that's the end of that box. the sound deadener out of that one. All right, so time for me to go wash my hands, come back, put the next box on the table. It's another mixed box, and do the end of box giveaway. So I'll be back in a few. Okie dokie, we're back. Time for the end of box giveaway. Couple pieces of copper. Fugio, 1787, Mind Your Business. Ben Franklin's design, one of my favorite coins. If I ever win the lottery, this is going to be one of them. We are one, United States. It's got the 13 rings. It does say copy in here to make it legal. And then this one is the currency of the apocalypse, Zombucks. Standing Liberty. 2 ounces of fine copper. Both of those are cool. Virginia Wood Booger, welcome. Good luck, everybody.
148 comments. And the winner is, you can read some.
The winner is Dana F. I love the Benji, the best, my #1 coin. Dana F., you're on the timer. Virginia Wood Booger, yeah, do not clean that off. Contact Heritage Auctions. They have a division if you go to their website, ha.com. Or no, what am I saying? Not Heritage Auctions. PCGS. PCGS.com. I think it's PGS, but I could be wrong. But it's on their website, PCGS.com. And they have coin restoration services. And you could probably put in a call to the restoration service and ask them, what you can do with it. Maybe send it to them. My understanding is it's like $20, $20 and up, depending on the type of coin, for them to restore it. So then you can get it graded by PCGS as well.
Dana F, last call.
Dana F, last call. Time's up. Next up, good luck. Jimmy Lacari. I like the Benji's the best. Good luck with the hunt, J&B. Jimmy Lacari, you're on the timer. Don't forget, folks, right now we got 1 box. Lori's box, birthday girl. We have no one to challenge her for a box battle. If we have a box battle, we have a bonus silver coin. You saw what she got. You would get that, and then whoever wins gets a bonus coin. And the more people with full boxes, the bigger the bonus coin. So don't forget that. 25 seconds left for Jimmy Lacari. 5 seconds left for Jimmy Lacari.
Next.
Joyful Diamonds, it depends on the situation. Next up, time's up. Good luck. They treat him kind of like an archaeological coin. It's the same restoration process. Shipwreck gold, that kind of thing. Angel T. I love the 90s Benjis. Angel T, are you here? Earl, the best way is to go to PCGS photo grade, compare your coin. You put in your coin by year, mint mark. The photos will come up and it'll have the grades across there, just like photos of these, lowest, highest. And you compare yours, and then CoinFax gives you the price based on the grade. At least gets you in the ballpark. "25 seconds left. There's Angel T. I just saw him pop up. 2 nice copper coins. Thank you, Angel.
Find out addresses, everybody.
Undefined what? No, never used a sonic cleaner on a coin. Been told that is a no-no. Well, sweetheart.
The addresses.
Yep, weekly reminder about the addresses. It's Saturday night, last stream for the week. If you have anything coming from Wednesday, last night, or tonight, make sure you send B an email up there to the email address with your screen name, your real name, and your full mailing information, including any apartment numbers, zip codes, things like that. And send it to the email and get it to her preferably by tomorrow, because that's when she usually packs. It usually ships on Monday. So, okay. Now, box number 3. BA is starting the box. BA has 20 rolls. Where would you like to start BA? Catherine, if you have liquid skin, that is actually probably your best bet. That or just putting a big piece of gauze on it if it's as large as you're saying, and some Neosporin. But liquid skin will protect it more. Three down. So you want this whole roll, BA? This is your starting point. Cychameleon ultrasonic cleaner and the chemicals that you use in there are considered a no-no for cleaning coins. The graders will spot it immediately and downgrade the coin. Yeah, they won't even grade it. Yeah, he's right. They won't even grade it. North Carolina prospectors right, new skin will burn like fire. Okie dokie, BA. Thank you. So we'll do the first 10, and then we'll do the second 10 like we usually do. And then we'll do the pulls. Black mark roll. $40%er. There you go. Listen to Leanne. She's got medical training. Us guys are like duct tape, Ruh-oh. Where was you in the last box? Oh, man, fake me out good. That's a 74. That's what I call a fake. That was done really well. They adequately hid all of the clad all the way around. Wow. You'd be surprised what the graders can determine from looking at the coins. They can come up with environmental damage, chemical damage, improper cleaning. Sometimes they'll just say cleaned. So it just depends on what was done to the coin, but they can actually tell you how it was improperly handled just by looking at the coin. That's why they're professional graders, and they average time they look at the coin is 30 to 45 seconds. Wow. How about, wow. How about my guess, at least an MS-65, 1987 Denver. That's actually nicer than what you find in some of the P&D sets. That is absolutely stunning. Wow. Yeah, that thing's gorgeous, Nicole. Seriously, I would be surprised if that didn't get at least an MS-65 out of that. Very cool, Virginia. 2014 Nifty. Beautiful 93. I mean, it's one of those dates that I'm not really familiar with it having anything special about it, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, you know, CJ Nick, JB Coins, are there many complaints where people think the coins they submit are not the ones they get back? If that happened, when think the grading companies would stay in business? CJ, we get it from time to time. You know, we'll get emails from people that are very upset and insist that the coins that they sent, they took pictures of, and that the coins they got back are not the ones in the pictures. You know, don't know. I mean, like you say, I would think if that happened on a regular basis, that the grading companies would lose all credibility. I know all the coins we've submitted have come back, you know, what we submitted. So I guess it's just a personal experience. Virginia wood, coins like that, the reason why I'm setting them out, if you haven't heard me say it, is the half dollars are going away in 2023. They're getting a brand new design with endangered species on the reverse, replacing the eagle. The mint seems to have a trend going right now of replacing the eagle on the reverse of the coins. So the quarters, of course, they've been gone for a while. The 2022 to 2025 quarters are going to have women that have been of great influence, and they're going to have a new image of Washington on the front of the quarters. But the halves are coming out with a new design in 2023, and supposedly they're going to be circulating coins. If they're circulating coins and they're not the same size as these, then that means these all go away. 71 in beautiful shape. So our philosophy is, if you find a coin like that that's 30 years old and it's in beautiful condition, you should be taking it out of circulation, because if these go away in a couple of years, just like the Benjis, just like the Morgans, stuff that's no longer in circulation, it's kind of a miracle, if you think about it, that these things are even available now, because they haven't been in circulation for 20 years. They've been only made for collectors. So why do the banks even have these? But if the half dollars go back into circulation, if they are the same size as these, then these become circulating coin again, which means the banks are going to have them, which means they'd be easier to have for what we do. But we're going to have, just like quarters, we're going to have circulated mixed in with brand new issue, if that's the case. It would make more economic sense, but we're not talking about a government agency that ever really made a lot of economic sense. So first 10 down. Okay, check for marked rolls. Green one. And a green one is a Benji, so there's 90% 63 Benji for that one. Yeah, Virginia wood booger, what you can do is you can either use paper wrappers and rewrap them, kind of like this, or you can invest in the plastic ones, the plastic tubes, and there's bicentennials that we've pulled out. You can see how shiny some of them are. We've got tons of those, half dollars and quarters. We've been pulling them out for years, but now we're expanding into anything that's a really beautiful example, like some of those.
The JB fake one.
Yeah.
Either they or YouTube close the other accounts, they open another account, the logo is slightly rotated, they don't have any subscribers.
Okay. So B said that the JB account, the fake one, that had one subscriber, YouTube closed the account tonight, apparently.
2 days ago.
A few days ago. Okay.
So they opened 2 days ago.
So they opened another one today with,
The message now says text me for investment.
yeah, the message now says text me for investment. The logo is slightly tilted. So As soon as they get shut down, they just create another one. Nice 71. Gary, I don't think we know an IP address. I don't know if YouTube, I would think YouTube would know an IP address, but obviously sophisticated enough organization that they're hitting, a lot of YouTube channels all at once and can pop right back up when they get whacked. So and I'm assuming the so-called investments are probably bogus too. If they're not, then the SEC would have jurisdiction, I would think, and be able to nail these guys. Nope. That one looked nice at first, but then I saw a nice long scratch across his face. Rolls and boxes still available. Box battle option still available. That's true, Gary. Oh, really, Dwayne? I haven't seen that one. Whoa, this one might be real. Yep, 68.40% Silva. One box. Thing is, YouTube's so jacked up and has so many holes and things that they don't follow through on, or whatever. I'm not sure what their problem is, especially since they're owned by Google. You would think they would have adequate people. I know they got a bunch of people that seem to be pretty sharp, and a lot of them are programmers and all that, but there's this ongoing issue, but then there's also the issue of, people that that buy or hire spam bots to basically just scan all of the channels, and if there's anything that pops up that they think has their name or has their copyright or has their content or has their music or a lyric or whatever, and you get an email from YouTube saying that you have a copyright infringement possibly, and all the revenue from your video is going to this performer, and then when you read that performer, who's a young woman, who's one of the there's a lot of them, but the top revenue person from YouTube last year was Ariana Grande. She made more money than anybody else on YouTube, and she made more money from copyright claims on YouTube that were all automated by computer than she did from her entire music and other income sources. That's wrong. That's screwed up. 65, 40%, Silva. Now we got 2 in this box. Yeah, this one's making up for the other one. A little bit late. So, you know, they got a lot of issues they always need to fix. They just never seem to get around to it. So, we got 12 pulls. Thank you, Virginia Booger. Virginia Wood Booger. Coin Shield Collectibles, a member welcome. Blank on the first pull. $90 on the second one. Blank on the third one. Blank on the fourth one. $90 on the fifth one. That's 2. Absolutely, Virginia. Blank on the sixth one. $40 on number 7. Blank on number 8. $40 on number 9. Blank on number 10. $40 on number 11. Blank on number 12. See if the count's good. Joyful Diamonds, if you haven't already, study the, look up the early airmail history. There's I can't remember the name of the book. I read it years ago, and it was all about the early airmail pilots and what they went through to deliver the mail, and a lot of them got killed, and you know, but they pioneered literally how it works, and it still works to some extent the same way. That's true, Virginia. All right, count's good. Cool. 2 64.90 percenters, a 63 BU Benji. So 3 90s there. 4 40s here, so that's 7, and 2 from the rolls, that's 9 silvers. And then 6 Nishi's and specimen coins, and this amazing mint state 87 here. This we need to put in like a flip or something if we've got it.
think I gave you flips. I should be on.
I don't know what happened to them. So, thank you, BA. Yeah, BA, that 87 you should be excited about that one. That one's cool. Joseph Blanco, 35. So you got 5 rolls. Excuse me. No mark rolls. Good luck. Jason, it could be Mavericks of the Sky because they weren't flying the beam back then. There was nothing. So the early guys from the 1920s were flying biplanes, open cockpit, and no radios to fly, no signals to fly. And they flew in all kinds of weather. And the weather in the mountains, a lot of times, is what got them. Night flying also got them because night flying wasn't really it wasn't really that common of a skill for pilots. That's why even in World War II, there weren't very many nighttime, at least in the Pacific theater, there weren't very many nighttime air battles. Over Europe, different thing. They actually had night fighters that went up and they looked for the exhaust flame of the engines, and that's how they would find, early in the war, that's how they would find the enemy planes and shoot them down. Later, when radar got on the planes, 2009 NIFC, then they were able to search them find them that way. Aircraft radar and with the help of ground radar directing them. But Jimmy Doolittle actually was the guy that was the test pilot back in the 30s, I think, that proved that you could fly on instruments and taught other pilots how to do it. So, and he was an air racer at the time. And then he did the famous Doolittle raid in World War II. That's why he got picked for it. Allie says, when I sing or eat, we get silver. I found 2 flying eagles digging at Civil War spot. Wow. Very cool.
Looks like I might have
Joseph Blanco, 3 pulls. Blank on the first pull. Blank on the second pull. Blank on the third pull. Sorry, got skunked. But you have a 2009 NIFC with an iron cross stamped at the 3 o'clock. There you go, Joseph.
donated for 10 rolls. Are you shopping? sent me a message for 20 rolls, so either he wanna donate for 20 rolls or he made a mistake, but just ask him.
Who was it? Gary who? Gary Shilton, you sent money for 10 rolls and then you sent rolls money. No.
And then he included a message with that for 20 rolls.
Oh, and then you put a message in that was for 20 rolls, but you only sent enough money for 10 rolls. So if you could explain to B, send her an email if you want, let her know what you had intended to do with that.
What is this one for?
That is Joseph Blancos. That's all he got.
Okay.
Brett Maxwell is up next. He has 15 rolls, yeah. So 5 here. We'll do all 15 at once. Black marked roll, black marked roll. Two black mark rolls, 2 40s. There you go. He says, sorry, 10.
Okay.
Virginia Woodbugger, you never clean it. A 1775 2 real. If you want it restored, probably your best bet. If it needs to be restored, is either going to be PCGS's restoration, or you can contact the Mel Fisher Museum in Key West. They are pulling up 1621 fleet. They're pulling up 1, 2, and 5, 1, 2, and 8, 1, 2, 4, and 8 reals for the most part from 1621 fleet in silver and in gold. So depending on what you've got, they may or may not be able to help you with, either the restoration or, how to go about it, who to contact, whatever. I would think PCGS is going to be your best bet, though. 1998 in beautiful shape. Looks like it's brand new. 23-year-old coin. The Fisher Museum, those people are amazing, and they know how to conserve coins and do it in such a way that they don't even tarnish again. And their process is approved and certified. So it's not just numismatic, it's archaeologically a sound method. But they may not do it for an outside coin that didn't come from their Rex. So that's why I think you might be back to PCGS. Southern Boy, welcome. eBay said what, $200 for value? Woodworker guy, yeah, that gets said over and over and over and over, but it gets asked over and over and over and over. 74, nice shape. Probably one of the most common questions we get, other than a coin specific question. I mean, we get that question more than we get, you know, where do I sell them? Where do I buy them? You know, what's it worth? You know, it's up there. It's up there with that, you know. Yeah, if you're digging, you know, an old historic site or an old battlefield, you know, you are basically participating in an archaeological type of dig. So with GPS being what it is nowadays, even on cell phones, not a bad idea to do what the scientists or the archaeologists do. You know, take a picture of your find, when you know where it is, mark your GPS position with your cell phone and write it down in a book. And, you know, that way you have not only the coin, but you have where you found the coin, when you found the coin. And then as you find more and more items going over that site, you develop a picture, you know, and you know, if you go over what was a battlefield or a ford over a river, and you have the approaches on both sides of the creek or river that you're detecting, and you know, you start developing a pattern of which direction they were traveling, or whether they were in a panic and throwing their weapons aside. There was a place near where we lived in South Carolina where a battle was fought, and the trenches actually still exist that were dug by the soldiers along a creek. And there's still a cornfield that in the middle of it is a stand of trees, and the farmer keeps the stand of trees there to hide the Civil War cemetery that's in the middle of his field, because the Union soldiers made an encampment in the middle of the field and didn't know that they were basically camping out in an area that had been pre-targeted by several forts and several batteries along the river by the Confederates. And so when they bedded down for the night, the Confederates opened up during the night and just started slaughtering the Union soldiers. And then they dove into these trenches that they dug in the sand, which you can imagine, you know, shell fire raining around you and you're trying to dig in sand, which moves. 71. And so there's, and in fact, B and I looked at a house that was across the road and down the street in a subdivision, and it was the house backed up to the creek that they tried to cross, and there were actually 3 Civil War graves in the back of this house that had been built about 20 years ago, and possession of the graves actually went with the house. So if you bought the house, you were responsible for protecting and maintaining those graves. 2015 NIFSI. We thought it was kind of, you know, as much as we're into the history and all that, it was like, I don't know if I want graves in my backyard. Nice bicentennial. But yeah, it's you know, oftentimes when we're metal detecting, you know, we're blank, 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 and then all of a sudden we find something, especially if we get into a pocket, we get so excited, we just think of it in the context of that one find. And we don't really think about the fact, you know, that, you know, it may be over a couple of year period, as like in this farm field, whenever he plows that field up, stuff still comes up to the surface. And We could not get permission from him. We tried multiple times. We got to know his foreman. We tried to get permission to metal detect the field, the cornfield side of the road, 71. We did get permission to, the cornfield was over here. The creek ran along here, and over here was where the slit trenches were. The 3 graves were over here, you know, about, I don't know, quarter of a mile at the most down the creek from the cornfield. And they were, I think they were still Union soldiers. And then the slit trenches were here, and then there was a forest, like wooded area here with an old barn that was collapsed. And we got permission to metal detect down in here. And then that ran up against a chain link fence that was part of the Charleston regional airport. So a portion of the battlefield and Fort Trenholm, which is one of the forts that slaughtered these guys, is actually on the airport grounds and the river, and it's protected. You can't go in there. But we were allowed to metal detect pretty much up to that fence. Never did find anything. The soil was just so hot because we were so close to this saltwater river, and the ground was all sand. We couldn't, we couldn't find anything. But yeah, Joyful, it was pretty wild because our apartment that we rented when we first moved down there was on the main road that went north and south towards Charleston, and it came over a bridge and then went south to the end of the island, and then there were 2 other islands that went off that way. Well, the one island to the right, Seabrook Island, is where the British landed, and they landed there, and then they came up this track at the time, dirt track, which was basically the road behind our apartment. It was right behind our bedroom. If you opened the window in the bedroom and you looked out, you were looking at the road that they basically traveled. And then all these roads that we were driving on were roads that they had used in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, 2017. And, so there were battlefields all up and down from that island, all up that road, and then down this other road, and then to that creek, and then all the way to Charleston. So the whole area. And so it was just killing me that it was like $3,000, I think, to get the induction style, I think it was called an ATX or a GTX or something like that, metal detector that would work with that kind of hot soil. Yeah, the chain link fence didn't really bother us. It was, we were able to metal detect, for example, along what was a taxiway for that same airport was a World War II training base. And they built the current airport on the old runways, and the Coast Guard had a station there. But one of the taxiways was a public road. So you had the shoulder on either side of the road for, several thousand feet. And, it was public access. It was a dead end road, 71. And we parked and we went there and we metal detected for a couple of hours, up and down both sides of the road, and just nothing. Because, I had to dial it up so high on the discrimination because of the heat. It was just such pulse induction. I had a Fisher F78, and I could not get it to ground balance, other than ground balancing it and setting the discrimination so high that I didn't pick up any signals. It was either that or get my ears blown out. Yeah, moist soil, if it's loamy soil like black dirt, is probably that, or even red clay is probably true. But when you're talking about sand, the problem is the water table there is extremely high. It's in some cases it's less than a foot from the surface. So you have salt water underneath, and then you have 12 inches of wet sand. It's all conducting electricity, so the signal just goes crazy, and what are you gonna do? Yeah, like I say, if we had stayed down there, we probably would have had to buy the pulse induction, because that was the only option that we could find. We saw a guy on the beach using one, and when I went to ask him about the unit, he got really PO'd that I walked up to him while he was metal detecting. He was kind of a jerk, but that's cool. Munchies and coffee. Ooh, coffee's a little hot. Whoa. All right, so Brett has 9 pulls, I believe. Yeah. Thank you. $40. Blank on number 2. Blank on number 3. $40 on number 4. Blank on number 5, I believe. Blank on number 6. $40 on number 7. Yes, we do, Scoop. We have rolls and boxes. 40 on number 8. Yeah, ruler, that would be a good video. 40 on number 9. Check and see if the count's good. Ouch. Very cool, Joyful. count is good. So Brett has 7 40s and 8 specimen coins. Potential errors, collectibles. Cool. Whoa, flying coin. Come on. Look at the reading on those things. Beautiful. There you go, beautiful. D. Castro. No mark rolls. Good luck, D. Castro. Yeah, Virginia, that'll get you a problem every time. No cursing, no politics on the web on this channel, please. Sandy Almiller, welcome. Yep, you can say booger. Booger's fine. We use booger to describe things we find on coins, even. It's technically not the correct.
It's not a kindergarten, so it's kind of like common sense.
Yeah. Well, there's a difference between booger and a anatomical part of somebody's body being used as a word. Hey, Sandy. D. Castro, 3 pulls. $90 on the first pull. $64, 90% BU Kennedy. $40 on the second pull. Blank on number 3. So, 64 BU 90%, 67 BU 40%. So there's 2 of them for you, D. Castro. Last 5 rolls, Barbara R.
Barbara R, it's a gift. She's in the stream.
Yeah, she just said she sent you an email. Red marked roll. 64 BU Kennedy.
Maybe it's gonna be.
Barbara, she said, B said this is a gift from her. Thank you, DeCastro. Virginia, yeah, you're in a great area to be metal detecting and all that. V Rose, there's another towel in the bucket itself, or in the bin itself. So you can ultimately only silence these so much. You're not going to make them completely silent. Very pretty 72. Possible error in variety that year as well. Well, DeCastro, watching the videos is one way, and becoming a member is another way. I mean, if you truly feel that way, you know. Not a necessity. We don't require it, you know. But we greatly appreciate when people do. 1990, no, close, but no cigar. Bicentennial in nice shape. Okay, so we got that, and we got 3 pulls. $40% on the first pull. Ah, we have another full box. We have a box battle. I didn't see that. Next box will be a full box. Blank on the second pull. We have 10 rolls available. We have some rolls available in the last box. Blank on the third pull. So Barbara, you got a 64 BU Kennedy, 68 BU 40%er. So you got a 90%er and a 40%er and 2 specimen coins.
Awesome. Thank you for being always here.
And B says, thank you for always being here. So, time for me to wash my hands, come back, put the box for Shy Chameleon on the table, and also put the giveaway for the end of the box we just finished on the table. So be back in a few. Alrighty, we're back. Thank you, Gary, for the $10 on Super Chat. Start with that. Jack of Hearts, Blood on the Tracks, welcome. Somebody else came in too. Trying to see. Barbara, you're very welcome. We appreciate you being here all these years. I thought I saw somebody else come in, but I guess not. We have an 88 uncirculated coin set, P and D. I'll show you that in a second. But Shy Chameleon has a choice between box number 1, 2, or 3 for their full box. Hey, David. What, sweetheart? Demo Dan, welcome. Long time no see. Number 3, Shy Chameleon says, okie dokie. So a lot of stuff that flies across the corner there, or when we're on break, that's stuff from the website for the most part. So, and most of it's free content. There we go, box number 3. But 1988 U.S. Mint uncirculated with D and P mint marks. The cellophane, it's got the card here that explains what each coin is, who designed it. That's pretty cool. And then there's your 88s with the copper mint markers. And these things are beautiful condition. So good luck.
comments.
151 comments. CJ Nick. I have to go with the Benjis. CJ Nick, are you still here? You're on timer. Just started collecting coins a week ago. You have a lot to learn. David, yeah. Between B and I think we have a combined something like 80 or 90 years of experience. So, yeah. Little bit of a power curve, yeah. That's okay. That's the fun of it. You never, even at our ages and our decades of experience, we're always learning new stuff, and there's always new stuff coming out. So that's part of the fun of this, is you really never can outgrow it. You know, I think even if you were one of these wealthy guys that buys coins all over the place and everything, CJ Nick's not here. Bummer. Time's up. Next up, good luck. Sorry, CJ. You know, I think it's still would be really exciting if you're, even if you were extremely wealthy and just, you know, could buy anything you wanted. Like Benji better. Very tough decision. Pat Scott. Pat Scott.
Half box left now, if somebody wanted.
Half box left in the next box?
Last box.
Okay. Is it right after this box or? Okay. Last box, half.
Box.
Box number 6 for the night. There's a half box left. Ruler wants to know, why is there a lightning bolt on the bottom right corner of the comment picker? Don't know. Oh, I see it. David, however, you are in good hands here. Cool. Yeah, nice comment.
Pat is here.
Pat is here. Congratulations. Look at the condition of that set, too. I mean, even the envelope. 33-year-old set.
And forget about your dress.
Yep. Don't forget about your dress, folks. Getting us your mailing info by tomorrow, please, so B can do the mailing. Alrighty, the 5 that we can't get in the box because it's sealed. 68 BU, 40%er. 69 BU, 40%er. 63 BU Benji, 90%er. 67 BU, 40%er. And 63 D BU Benji. So you have PND 63, 90%ers, 3 black 40%ers. Jack up the box. Break the seal. Rip the lid off. Yep. Good.
First time buying the box.
You think that's his first time buying the box? Okay. Good luck. Night, Jedi Jim. Take care. Thanks for being here. Jason Batts. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Alrighty, let's do this. Shy Chameleon. Good luck. $71 in nice shape. Billie Jean Fields is back. Welcome. Brandon Zaleski, welcome. Don't know if you're here and I didn't say hi, but just in case. Okay, B says since we got new folks in, half box left in the last box. Nice 72. I think we have one straight right now, correct?
What?
We have one straight right now for the streak. We had silver in the last box, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So one straight. Bro. 67.40% silver. There you go. Two in a row. Yep. Just got a Elvis kissing. Very good, Sparky. Lulu just subscribed. Thank you, Lulu. Don't know if they're in the stream or subscribe during a video. V-Rose, we only have half a box left. So, she's asking, I guess V-Rose is asking if they have to buy the whole 175.
No.
No, you can buy a portion of that if you want. 1993 in beautiful shape. That may be the first time I've seen a Kennedy drilled on the bottom. Don't know. Very cool, David. Everybody's got the story of how they got hooked, you know? Some people started doing this and didn't realize exactly when the hook got set, but, you know, most people, it's, you know, somebody gave them a coin or, you know, like my uncles, that kind of thing. Joseph Blanco, yeah, you did miss your pick. Sorry. But you did the right thing. Chuck Freeberg, a member, welcome. He says, Mrs. B, let me know how many rolls are left. Did you check your email just now? Okay. She says half a box. 2010 Nifsy in nice shape. DeCastro, if you got a cast on your hand, just don't do like I did in boot camp. I had a 15-pound plaster cast by the end of boot camp on my hand, my right hand, and it was tips of my fingers, plaster up my thumb, what they call the thumb spike, so my hand was like that, and then all the way up my arm to here. Weighed 15 pounds, and I went to salute, and the thumb got me right in the side of the temple, and I woke up on the floor. So be careful when you're slinging. Even nowadays, though, I think they're made out of fiberglass mostly. You still can whack yourself pretty easy with the cast on your hand. A lot easier than hurting yourself with a cast on your foot or your leg, I think. Although walking on crutches with a cast on your foot in Chicago in the wintertime, wearing a suit and tie, that was an adventure. Oh man. God, look at this 71. Look at how beautiful and shiny that 71 is. And the freaking crimper got it. From the letter I all the way around here, just past the Y. God, what a shame. Look at how beautiful this thing is, Susie.
Wow.
Yeah. Tina Fackler, a member, welcome. Yeah, never broke a bone until I went in boot camp. Then I broke the wrist in boot camp, and then broke the ankle at the base at my permanent duty station when I flipped my motorcycle. Showing off for a girl out at the college in town. And I'll never forget the medical officer at sickbay putting me in a cast on my right foot, up my leg, and then not putting a walking heel on it. He put my toes tilted down, and he said, and he gave me crutches, and he said, that'll keep you off a motorcycle for a while. And I said, okay, sir. And I walked out the doors, and he followed me into the lobby of sickbay, which was very small on our base. We only had 1,000 guys. And when the sliding doors opened, I walked out on my crutches to the curb, swung my leg with the cast over the back of my buddy's Harley, who came to pick me up, and gave him a hand salute. And we pulled away from the curb, and he was so PO'd.
No.
Excuse me? We're sold out. Okay, we're sold out. Sold out, sold out, sold out. Okay, last box belongs to 2 people, basically. That's cool. The youngest broke his arm trying to ride a hoverboard. 2002 Nifsy and the local genius scratched down to the copper behind Kennedy's head. He hates hoverboards now. That's kind of understandable. Beautiful 1981. 30-year-old coin, like brand new. Whoops. Isn't life strange? A turn of the page. Getting your tonsils out next week at the ripe old age of 45? Holy moly. Hey, the plus side is you get all the ice cream you can eat. At least I did when I got mine out, like 50 some years ago. 88 in beautiful shape. Oh my God. If the original sniper was here when the 88s came out, he'd be like freaking out. One night he had a box that was almost entirely 88s. So close. 71. I thought that was going to be a good one, but no. Your daughter messed up her butt bone. Oh man, I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh, but that's just the way you said that. Oh man. (2003) Nifsy with the crimper kiss. Yep, coccyx bone. Yep. That's a hard area to put a cast on. That's a good way to put it. Donald Carter shot us an email. Shot you an email. Okay. Last 5 from the top deck to the right, first 5 from the bottom deck. Yeah, butt cast. That's kind of like when the guy on my squadron ran around the front of the nose of one of the aircraft when we were sending up a whole bunch of planes all at once, and we were taught to run around the nose. And since they were trainers, they didn't have the great big, huge, gigantic intakes like an F-14 or an F-4. They had these little intakes that they were maybe twice the size of this box, but they were kidney shaped, right? So it was, the widest part was like this, and then there was a narrow part up here that followed the curve of the plane. And there was one on either side. They were set back from the nose about 6 feet. So what we would do is we would stiff arm the nose as we ran around the plane from one side to the other when we were getting ready to pull chocks and let the pilot go flying. Except one of the new guys made a mistake that a lot of new guys did, and instead of running around the nose, he ran under the nose because he was short enough. He just ducked under the nose. When he did that, the student pilot, happened to be pushing the throttle to start rolling, and so between him throttling up and this kid running around the other side of the plane, he got sucked into the intake, but he didn't get sucked in head first, and the intake's really small. So what happened was he got sucked backwards into the intake, and his butt cheek went right into that intake like that and basically suffocated the engine. The pilot right away noticed something was wrong, and he shut down the engines, and everybody was, yelling and screaming and everything. We didn't really know at first that he was in trouble. He was waving his arms and stuff. He didn't get sucked into the engine. He was sucked to the front of the plane. So when everything shut down, then you could hear him screaming. And when the engine shut down, we took him off the airplane. We wound up having to transport him to sick bay. And he was in sick bay for a week, face down, with what the doctors described as the world's largest hickey. His one butt cheek had got sucked into the intake, and of course it was black and blue, and they were giving him very strong pain meds, and felt bad for the guy. They teased him the rest of the time. I mean, I left, he was still there, but they teased him the rest of the time. He got a nickname that I can't repeat. But I don't know, V Rose. I stayed away from it, Yeah, joyful. It was funny. Mm-hmm. Two 2006. Yeah, hardcore. I didn't even think of that. I wonder if the CO had to call his parents and tell him he got injured on the flight line. I wonder if he got a medal for that. Oh God, Brandon, I didn't even think of that. "2010 NIFC." Yeah, that was probably a good comment to take down. "71. Well, V Rose, I would think it would be the Purple Heart, but I didn't get one for my injury on the flight line, so I'm not sure that he would have qualified either. So. Yeah, I think we got to get off of that story because too many ways to cross the line. So we're gonna get ourselves in trouble. Okay, we're officially in the basement. She's feeding me. I haven't had a sip of coffee in a while, which I will rectify in a second, but she's feeding me, and so far nothing. That's very true. Excuse me, low-flying geese. You're talking about favorite all-time Cubs team, that would be the 1969 team. Ernie Banks, Fergie Jenkins on the mound, Randy Hundley behind the plate. Second base is drawing a blank right now. Third base, Ron Santo. Second and shortstop, I'm drawing a blank for some reason. Same thing with outfield. 92 in beautiful shape. Yeah, DeCastro. Ernie Banks was just, he was class. He was a great ball player. And, you know, I think his book was even titled Let's Play 2, because he was always, you know, they'd finish the game, they'd be, how you doing, Ernie? Let's play 2. You know, he loved the game. You know, Santa was the same way. You know, the guy was hiding the fact he was a diabetic most of his career. And he had candy bars stashed in the dugout and his locker and all that kind of stuff. And he has, to this day, the highest stats of any third baseman that ever played the game. And they didn't put him in the Hall of Fame until after he was dead and lost 2 legs to diabetes. And they put him in as a broadcaster. I mean, to me, that was heartbreaking and sickening at the same time. You know, I don't understand that. Let's see. Fergie Jenkins. I don't remember if Milt Pappas was on the team at the time as a pitcher. God, second and shortstop. Why am I... Oh, I bet V Rose. Yeah, Andre Dawson was more like the Ryan Sandberg era, but he was a great player too. Admiral Halsey notified me he had to have a bath or he couldn't get to sleep. Well, the argument, Billy Williams. Yeah, Billy Williams was an outfielder, if I remember right. He was great too. That's what I mean. Was it Joe Pepitone? I can't remember. Another outfielder. 72 in nice shape. But Jim Hickman in right field, yeah. Yeah, all those guys were just, you know, really awesome, not only awesome players, but they were awesome people and awesome stewards of the game. And, you know, I mean, Santo's numbers were so far ahead of anybody else in the game, even through today. And it was just a shame, you know, and the excuse was that he didn't play on a championship team. But if that's the case, then why were Fergie Jenkins and Ernie Banks and Billy Williams in the Hall of Fame, right? You know, it's like, come on. Yeah, all they had to do was win that last game against the New York Mets, and they were in the World Series in '69. Broke my heart. And a lot of Cub fans. Glenn Beckert. Yeah. Glenn Beckert. Beckert was second base. Third base was like Scott something. (2004) Nifsy in nice shape. Yeah, DeCastro. I mean, that was something that Ditka admitted to later and said that he didn't even realize that, you know, in the heat of the game, he didn't even realize that Walter hadn't scored a touchdown. I don't know if that was a bit of CYA, whether that was the truth. Who knows? 71. Yeah, Ruler, I've heard him say that in several interviews because it keeps coming up, especially because Peyton died so young. Yeah, Rick, he was amazing to watch run. There were a couple of runners back in the day like him, but only a couple, and he was probably the best of all of them. But yeah, he was just amazing. And even watching him train, there's ski hills around here, if you want to call them that. They're basically mounds of dirt, basically, but Peyton would run up those hills. That's he wouldn't run on flat ground. He would run up those hills, and then he'd run down those hills, and then he'd turn around and run up those hills. You know, and he'd run up the stairs in Soldier Field. You know, that was before stair steppers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and he'd probably spin, you know, 3-4 times around before he finally hit the ground too. You know, like rolling off the guys or jumping over them. He wasn't really very, very tall or very big. He was just quick, and he was like, I'm trying to think not a Bears player. 68, 40% silver. 2006 Nifsy with a mild crimper mark. Lynn Swan. Lynn Swan, before he became a professional football player and wide receiver, learned ballet. And that he credited to his ability to run the way he did as a wide receiver. Sweetness was actually on Soul Train. And, you know, in like the dance contest feature thing on Soul Train when he was in college. And by all accounts, the guy could, you know, besides what they showed on TV, by all accounts, the guy could really dance and stuff. And you could see that on the field when he ran. 2017 Nifsy. He basically was dancing. He was bouncing off these guys. He was, you know, hitting them. He didn't hesitate to block for other people that had the ball either. He'd put a big hit on some of those big guys, you know. Shiny, shiny. 2018 Denver Nifsy. $2001 last year, made for circulation, and that thing doesn't look like it, other than this roll, it may have ever been in circulation. That is a beautiful 2001. There's another one. Looks like it never, you know, I mean, that's one of the nicest 2001s I've ever seen. That second one. It's even nicer than the first one. Super shiny one. 2018 Denver. See, somebody mentioned earlier that there's a channel. Wait a minute. 69, 40% Silva. There's the lead right there. That there's a channel or a couple of channels that count 2018s, like 4 equals 1 or something like that. Why would anybody even watch a channel like that? Because if we had a full box of 2018s by our rules, that entire box would go to the owner of the box because they're all Nifsies. We'd be out $500, but they would get an entire box of Nifsies that they could sell on the internet for thousands of dollars. So the thought just hit me. I'm like, wait a minute. U4IC1. Okay. Welcome. If you're talking about me, I was singing an old Beatles song. You know, Admiral Halsey. I have no idea what a Moana theme song would be. Euphoric. Ah, okay. Sorry. I'm usually pretty good at picking those up, but that one got me. It looks like the last of the silver from the rolls. And since we're sold out and we don't have any more boxes, I'm guessing this is the end of the box battle. Now I do the pulls. Since I can, I pull that out right now. All right, 25 pulls. %40 on the first pull. Blank on the second pull. $40 on the third pull. V Rosie at 26.14, I believe. Blank on the third pull. Night, John. Blank on the fifth pull. $40 on number 6. Blank on number 7. $40 on number 8. Blank on number 9. Blank on number 10. Blank on number 11. Blank on number 12. $40 on number 13. Blank on number 14. $40 on number 15. Blank on number 16. Blank on number 17. $40 on number 18. $40 on number 19. Blank on number 20. $40 on number 21. $40 on number 22. $40 on number 23. $40 on number 24. $40 on number 25. Wait for the confirmation the count's good. Count is good. So, Jack Chameleon, number 1, 2, or 3 for your Silver Eagle. Number 3, please. Black Slab 2017 early release MS70. Very nice. 63D BU Benji and a 63P BU Benji. So there's 3 there. Take 2 from there to make 5. 10, 15, 19. 3 from the rolls makes 22. You've got 22 over here and half-ounce miniature version of the American Eagle. 0.999 for winning the box battle. What, sweetheart? No, I gave him the bonus coin. Yeah, it's on what I just gave you.
Okay. Wow, awesome.
There you go. Thank you. Alrighty. Another box down. So, time to wash hands again. The last two boxes are mixed boxes. So we can move these over. And I'm going to go wash my hands, come back, put the next mixed box up there. Hap Nation will be starting us out. We'll do the end of the box giveaway and be back in a minute. Okie dokie. So end the box giveaway for the last box. 2005 Denver Bison Roll. Westward Journey Nickel Roll from the U.S. Mint, in the U.S. Mint wrapper. Took it out of the package ourselves. Got to do the Zoe fix on mine while we're firing up the computer. Good luck, everybody. 157 comments. Ron Young. I love the Benjis. Ron Young. Starland, welcome. Ron Young.
20 seconds left.
20 seconds left for Ron Young. Yeah, Forever Young. That was a good movie. Time's up. Next up, good luck. Sorry, Ron. Heather Hanley. I like the design. I like the begin, that V. Those are really nice.
That's okay, it's on the timer.
Okay. Heather Hanley on the timer. "20 seconds left for Heather Hanley." Next up, time's up. Good luck. Sorry, Heather. Mark Martin. I like the BU Benjis better. I find them more interesting. Mark Martin, you're on the timer. Mark Martin. 20 seconds. Next up, time's up. Good luck.
Manetka's not qualifying.
Yeah, Manetka's not qualified, yeah.
Thank you for the comment, though.
Yep. Thank you very much, Monica. Gary Booty. Oh yeah, Benji. Gary Booty. This is number 4, correct? Gary Booty, you're on the timer. Heather's chubby hubby, I was thinking the same thing. I thought there was like castor oil or something, or baby oil, one of the two that you could put in your ear if you have that problem. Gary Booty. $20 seconds left for Gary Booty. Next try, if nobody claims it, it goes to the end and gets added to the last giveaway. Time's up. Next up, good luck. Yeah, no kidding, Gary. Monetka, hey, welcome. Yeah, I know. He smiled and then he's sad face tears.
I know. Sorry, Monetka, we love you.
Yep.
You are a joke.
Jennifer Bell. I love the 90s best, but the 40s would help my collection a lot. Jennifer Bell. Hey, David. Jennifer Bell's here. There you go. Roll of bicycles. Whoa, you all right? Okie dokie. Here we go again. Hap Nation starts the box. 10 rolls. Where would you like to start? Coconut oil in your hair before bed keeps gray away or even brings the color back? I've never heard that. Monetka's asking if he hasn't won again. Two down, one over. Okie dokie. Okay. Green one. Green one. 63, 90% Benji for the green marked roll. Oh, didn't know that, Starline. Wow. 92. Like a mirror, man. Gorgeous. Definitely a keeper. Frankie Avalon's your dad's cousin? That's cool. I thought he was cool, you know? Of course, Annette was a little better looking, a little more, you know. But she was like my mom's age, I think. So in hindsight, that's kind of creepy. 2010, Nifsy. But as a kid growing up, you know, you kind of didn't know. Night, Allie. Shiny one. Wow, 84. Getting some odd years that are like in really nice shape. LWM, yeah, they can. It's you know, we've got a video on that B did a ton of research on, and you ought to check it out because they're circulated in terms of circulated and having wear, and they're circulated that look like they are uncirculated and they're still in mint state condition. Really shiny one. Oh, 2010, they got nailed by the crimper. That did not get nailed by the crimper. Night, Mrs. Yukon Cornelius. So you're putting coconut oil in your hair when? Morning or bedtime? What kind of coconut oil, too? 2004 Nissy. And then what do you do about the coconut oil getting all over your pillow and stuff? Before bed and organic. So what do you do about once you put it in, you comb it into your hair, I'm guessing, or you rub it in? Huh? B says you like rubbing it into the roots, you putting it everywhere, you know, combing it into your hair, what? Wear a shower cap. Oh, because you're wearing high, you still got your hair high and tight. Okay. Makes sense. So for those of us with a full head of hair, or in B's case, long hair, what would you do? Wear a shower cap and tuck it up in? Because I don't think you could get all the hair up in the shower cap. I think you'd wind up with some of the stuff all over the pillow. Josu, 5 rolls. No mark rolls. Wrap it in a cloth cap. Kind of rules me out, Dragon. $2015. Night, Tiny. Night, Zoe. Night, Laura. I don't know if we did the polls. That's what I was thinking, Scoop. So do we owe somebody polls here? we didn't do pulls for App Nation. So I owe him 6 pulls. Okay. Yeah, good question. I'm going to stop and let B check and tell me what I did. Hang on, I'm going to ask her to check the video and see if I missed pulls and whether these coins belong to Hap Nation and not Josu, which I suspect they do. So hang on. Okay. So B tried to back it up. She has no way to back it up. So until it becomes a video. So do we know whether this was Josu's or was this Hap Nation's? Yeah, woodworker guy, we know he had the first 10 rolls. The question is whether I did his pulls and picked up his coins, because we don't have any coins over here on the table. And Josu, I just started, and there's a whole bunch of coins over here.
I'm gonna keep all of them in one pile. I'm gonna watch the video and make them fast. But you need to do polls for both, right?
I have to finish Josu's rolls here and then do his pulls.
Okay.
But I don't know if any of this, everything is hers. Everything is Hap Nations. The last coin is yours. The last coin being this one.
Benji and first aid mine need 6 rolls. Okay, first aid. So which one is the last one? This one. Okay, so that's Hap Nation. Okay. How about you just do the poll?
Okay. So this is what it looks like it works out to, is this 8 and the Benji and 6 pulls at Hap Nation. That's Josu's and these are Josu's. So I do the 6 pulls along with these. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. Got completely out of whack, and that's why I stopped. Blank on number 1. Blank on number 2. Blank on number 3. $40 on number 4. $40 on number 5. Blank on number 6. All right. So we got a 63 Benji, 2 40s, and 8 coins. Here's my nail there. That's Hap Nations. Sweetie.
Yes,
Thank you. Okay, so back to Josu's. Thank you, everybody, for the help. We can do with it once you get it, hardcore. All right, so Josu. Hey, hardcore, if you're still here, when's Scotty's deal? Is that Tuesday? Josu, 3 pulls. $40 on the first pull. Monday. Okay, cool. 40 on number 2. Thank you, folks. That way I know what day to pray for them. 90 on number 3. Josu, you did good after all the confusion. 64 90% BU, 2 40% BUs, and a 2015 NIFSI. Heather's Chubby Hubby is up next with 10. Mouthful of goodies. 2 black mark rolls, 2 40s. $71. Man, that's so close. It's 2001. It's got a couple of nicks on it, but it's in pretty nice shape for last year circulated manufacturer. We occasionally find them nicer than that, like we have a couple times tonight, but they're not that common unless you get a mint set. Night, Catherine. You have a good week. Yep, doing Heather's Chubby Hubby right now. $96. Getting totally random year, but a nice coin. If you're collecting them, might be nicer than what you got in your collection. If you don't have enough, don't have that year, that's a good coin to have. Like I said, other than going to a mint set, you're gonna have a hard time beating some of these coins. A lot of these coins. $71. All right, ruler. Night. Thanks for everything. Couple of bright and shinies here. Wow, 83. Looks like brand new. Now there is the exception. That's the 2001 that beats the one that I put down. So take the 5 off.
No, good.
Okay. Night, ruler. Take care. Have a good one. Catch a lot of fish. If that's what you're going to do, I don't know. Catch a lot of Z's, catch a lot of fish, catch a lot of whatever you're going to catch. Wow, 77 in beautiful condition. Don't see that very often. Those, for some reason, are usually trashed. They also have known errors. Heather's Chubby Hubby, 6 pulls. That's true, Gypsy. Blank on the first one. $40 on the second one. Patricia, no. 71, unless it's an error, does not have silver in it. 40 on the third pull. Blank on the fourth pull. $40 on the fifth pull. $40 on number 6. Hopefully the count's good. We've got 6 40s, and we've got 7 Nifsies and specimen coins. Thank you, Heather Chubby Hubby. Next up, Donald Carter, 10. Red marked roll. $64, 90% BU for the red marked roll. That's cool, Lori. Scoop, you're in the next box. So, in fact, you start the next box.
We have a new member.
2009 Nifsi. Joseph Blanco, a new JNB member. Yay! Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate that. Dancing Bunny Rabbit. Joseph, no, we don't have a bio somewhere. We are anonymous, basically. That's why I go by J and she goes by B. We've been on the air for 8 years. We got over 2,000 videos showing a lot of coin coming across this table. So we try to be as low profile as possible for security reasons. (2016) Nifty. Yeah, puppy does that too. He snores when he's sleeping by me or by us. 2002 Nifty. Crimper. Brandon, no, I didn't see that. I didn't see that they had that out in Schaumburg. I mean, they happen around the whole Chicago area so much. I maybe I did see it. I don't know, but I don't remember seeing that. Saw there was one in the city, I think. 71. I mean, there was more than one in Chicago. Let's put it that way. But there was one in a certain neighborhood that they talked about on WGN. I think that I don't know. We don't really watch a lot of TV, and we don't really watch a lot of the local news. It's a little too one-sided, you know, and it's the same. It's not so much one-sided. It's the same stuff every day. So, Donald Carter, 6 pulls. It's Chicago, you know. It's like watching the COVID count, you know. Oh, we had 27 shootings this weekend and 6 of them died, and you know, all that garbage, and that goes on every day. Had for over 10 years. Link on the first pull. 40 on the second pull. When my daughter was in Iraq, 2009, 2010, the death rate in Chicago was higher than the year she was in Iraq. So I told my friends, she's safer over there. And they don't do anything about it. And they got some of the strictest gun laws in the whole country. 40 on the third pull. Blank on number 5. %40 on number 6. I believe that's the correct count, but I'll wait for the official call. Skipped 4. Gypsy's showing 4 blank. Yeah, Brandon, pretty much every town just about can, I think, be that scary in one place or another. Went from 3 to 5. Okay. $10 from Rick Golfman. Thank you, JB. Keep Scotty in our thoughts and prayers. Absolutely. Okay, blank on that one. So it didn't change anything, but good to be honest. 90% BU, 3 40s, so 4 silvers and 4 Nifsies and specimen coins. Well, 3 Nifsies and 1 71 to be technically correct. There we go. So that's Donald's. Next up, Savvy Sherry, 5 rolls. No marked rolls. Night, Barbara. Sweet dreams. Couple of shinies. 74, not a mark on it that I can see. Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate it. Nope. Crimper. Oh, battery on her laptop died. Okie dokie. Savvy Sherry, 3 pull. 40 on the first pull. Blank on the second pull. Blank on the third pull. Bummer. All right, so you got 140 and you got a 74 in nice shape, which is nice for your collection if you're collecting, or you also got to check it for errors and varieties. So last out of the box, Gary Shelton. Rick Dolphman, that's exactly what folks that aren't sure about a value of a coin, we tell them all the time, check the sold on eBay or check the sold on CoinFacts on PCGS. eBay is just a little more convenient. You can also compare it to what your coin looks like, whether it's raw or slabbed, you know. And then that way you can figure out the cost of getting it graded, 2007. And then if you sell it minus the fees, what do you got left? So 71. Yep, Nathan, you can do that too. Again, that's kind of another level harder, but it'll give you the prices if you go to the trouble of grading it and taking it to the auction. Yeah, that's true. Cherry Picker's Guide is even older than the Heritage Prices, and the Red Book is also older than a lot of the prices that are out there. That's why we put current prices on all of our videos and tell you what date. But eBay is going to give you the closest, you know, you're going to be able to see what date it sold. There's a bicentennial rainbow. The nice thing about PCGS photo grade, and I think NGC's got something similar to it now, is that you can put the coins up there, and you know, if you're trying a $50, for example, and you put in the year and the mint mark, these all pop up, and then you just kind of do that and compare your coin until you kind of get where in the range it falls, and then you go, oh, okay, it's kind of in here. So what are the price of these two? Not the price of this one, the price of these two. You could look here and here if you were worried about the cost, but if you come in here and it's 35 and 55 and it's going to cost you $40 to get it graded, you got a pretty good idea. That's what I call the difference of whether or not you're doing it for profit or whether you're trying to basically protect the coin. 2006 NIFSI, and you know, you're putting it in a sealed slab. It's protected. The coin's never going to degrade. Got a grade on it, so you know what the grade is. So you'll always be able to figure out the value if you got the grade from the grading company. As the prices go up and down, you'll always be able to benchmark it against current sales, right? But if you are within $10, $20 of what it's going to cost you to grade it to market value, then you have to ask yourself the question, okay, do I just put it in my coin collection as is and mark on the 2x2 that I think it's an MS-65, whatever, which is what a lot of collectors do. It's, you know, that's what they did before the grading companies existed. It's what the coin shops do for the most part, unless they're accredited, you know, been trained in the grading and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, say the coin is a $40 coin and it's going to cost you $40 to grade it, but you found it and it's going to come back MS-66, MS-67, something like that. But now you got it in the slab, and now you can put it away, and or you can leave it out. Then you got kind of bragging rights. It's like, I found this coin, and it's always going to be in this condition, and you can hand it down. You can put it in an envelope, or you can put a tag on the back of it, you know, saying what it is, how you found it, you know, kind of add a story to it, you know. And that way, when it's time to pass it to the next generation, you know, they don't wind up in here, because 2006 Nifty, because you show it to them, you know, and you show it off and you say, look, this is how I found it. And this is, you know, I found it in a box, you know. And, you know, it becomes one of your treasures that you pass down. So at that point, if it's, you know, a break even on value, $40, you know, counting the face and the grading, you just, you know, you got it. And it's like us, we're never going to sell, you know. I mean, if we scored the big Magilla that's going to change your life forever, yeah, then we'll sell. You know, if we had scored those Eagles, the V75s that were going for like 5-10 grand, we probably would have sold. But for $500-600, no, it can stay in our collection. In my case, it means, and I think in B's case, it means too much to us. What it represents. It's like the other day, I was at one of the local coin shops, and they had a tray with modern commemoratives in it, and one of the coins they had was a commemorative from, I can't remember, from the 80s, I think. And it was, you know, the Korean War commemorative. And it showed, you know, some Marines running across, you know, running up a hill. But it also showed a couple destroyers offshore in the water. Well, Korean War, my dad was on one of those destroyers offshore. So for me, it was like, okay, I don't remember if I have that in my collection, but I don't think I do. And I want it, because I'm going to put it with my dad's flag and his medals. And, you know, that means it's like the Columbian Exposition coins, knowing my great grandpa was there. It means more to me what it represents than what the value of the coin is. So that's what you have to kind of, in this hobby, that's kind of what you have to weigh against the constant focus of, what's this coin worth? You know, should I get it graded? What's it worth? Well, you kind of have to, this is an emotional thing, and it is an addictive thing, and it's a good thing, and it's a good investment. But you also have to decide what's your investment in the coin. Is your investment in the coin the face value for the coin, or is your investment in the coin the emotional attachment? You know, does that come into play? So at least that's how we are, you know. So Gary, 6 pull. $40 on the first pull. 40 on the second pull. Blank on the third pull. Blank on number 4. $40 on number 5. $40 on number 6. Five 40s and 5 specimens and a rainbow, bicentennial rainbow. So I'm going to pick that up on the bottom, so I'm holding by the edges. Thank you, Gary. It's the end of that box. Thought we were oversold 5, so we take these off the table. Don't need them. Alrighty, so time to wash my hands, come back, put the last box on the table. There's only 2 people in it. Scoop starts us, Chuck Freeberg ends it. We'll have the giveaway first for the end of this box, and then we'll get into Scoop's box.
Like that.
Alrighty, we're back. Last box is on the table. Giveaway for the end of the last box is up here. 86S decam proof. Ellis Island. Statue of Liberty. Beautiful coin. JJ Moneymaker, that's what airtights are for. Because you can pick this up and play with it all you want. And you're not going to damage it.
161 comments.
161 comments. Pollock 14. Benji's. Pop Frank always says when a Benji hits your eye like a big pizza pie, it's a more, but I like the Franklin. Okay. Same thing. Pollock 14. Don't know. You had it.
I
15 seconds left for Pollock 14.
Next.
Time's up. Next up, good luck. Sorry, Pollock. D. Michael Baczynski. He likes Ben Franklin's. That's the third time this week he's been called. I don't know if he's going to be here. Wasn't the first two times. Danny, welcome.
20 seconds left.
20 seconds left for D. Michael Baczynski. My screen's stuck. There we go.
Next.
Okie dokie. Time's up. Next up, good luck. Starland. I like the Benjis the best. Starland, are you still here? Starland. $30 seconds left. There he is.
Yay.
Starland's here. Yay. Congrats. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So, Scoop, you got half the box. So, 25 rolls. Where would you like your first roll to be? What starting, how many down, how many over, which end, whatever,
20 likes away. I make it.
20 likes away from 200.
From somewhere.
Top left. Okie dokie. Makes it easy. Do the first 15, then we'll do the second 10, then we'll do all the pulls at once. Man, I got WD-40 in my chair. It's creaking like crazy. Yeah. Black mark roll. Red mark roll. What, sweetie?
Go with Benji.
Okay.
Box of tonight. We'll have extra.
Gotcha. So Benji for the red one and 67 for the black one. Mind mirror, welcome. Good luck, scoop.
He likes the way.
Roll. 67, 40% silver. 2002 Nifty. So that makes it what, 3 boxes in a row now? Something like that. Brandon, I think it's 3. Yeah, this is the time of the night it gets so quiet. Yeah, many, many moons ago, when I was a young man in the service, the Navy, I was a typical sailor and I drank with my buddies. And then I got home and I got married and I had little girls and worked a lot. And so I kind of had a rule that I didn't drink an adult beverage unless I was already relaxed. We were at a special event, you know, like a wedding or a vacation, something like that. Usually a vacation. You know, sitting on the beach, got a pina colada in your hand, something like that. You're just chilling, and you're not going to drink, a bunch of pina coladas until you get, sloppy or something. You're just going to have one or two sitting out there for a little bit, and then, that's it. Not really one for sitting still too long. So then, after I had the cancer, I couldn't drink because of the meds I was on. So 2002. So I haven't really had a drink in 11 years. I mean, not even on vacation. So, once in a while I miss it. Once in a while I think, boy, it'd be nice to just sit here with Sweetie and, both of us have an adult cocktail or whatever. And then that thought usually passes pretty quick, So, just not high on the priority list anymore. 2010 Nifty. I'm kind of like the old song, don't drink, don't smoke, what you do. Shivan, no. Adamant, you're right. Next 10. Don't drink, don't smoke, what you do. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Subtle innuendos follow, must be something inside. Wow, no play, no mark rolls. No. Okay. No mark rolls on the second batch here. Did good on the first batch. Yes, she is Joyful Diamonds. $78. I mean, our granddaughter and grandson are something very special, but my world would come to an end without her. So I know what my life was like before became in my life. And I remember it. And I don't like it. I wouldn't want to go. I mean, I had a good life, but I wouldn't want to go back to that kind of life. I wouldn't want to go back to being alone or go back to trying to find somebody like her. I already found her. So she has to outlive me. It's that simple. Because there's no point in the man upstairs taking her first, because I'll be on the same elevator. 2005 Nifsy with the Iron Cross at 3 o'clock. $71. Nice shape. Yeah, Nathan, you caught me. Yeah, it's you know, I can't remember the last time we went through a box and didn't find marked coins, you know, in somewhere, in some form or another. So unless they're new issue, you know, if they're new issue, then it's not an issue. 2002 Crimper Kiss, but still yours. V Rose couldn't agree more. But that's about all the attention we give them. Nice 2000. Not the last year of issue, the year before the last year of issue. But that was a circulating coin, and that's in really, really pretty shape. War Machine, welcome. Josh Rolfe, welcome. Just got back from metal detecting. Gypsy, they already have. The problem is YouTube lets them do that. It's their only form of communication, basically. They can show their ignorance, but they can't talk in chat. They can't leave a message. They can't participate in any other way. 72. And YouTube's been talking for a while about getting rid of that feature. But, you know, if someone is stupid enough or disrespectful enough to get blocked, they had to do something pretty severe, okay, in the first place. So if you block them from your channel, YouTube should block them totally, not just block them from leaving a comment or block them from participating in a giveaway. 2005 Nifty. Another 2005 Nifty, Crimperkiss. So it, you know, it kind of doesn't make sense. You know, if somebody's blocked, they should be blocked. And if they get blocked on multiple channels, maybe they should get blocked from YouTube. Especially if they keep changing sign-ins, you know, creating new accounts just so they can get around and lurk and, you know, make nasty comments on other channels and stuff like that. It's like, no, you know, if your behavior is bad enough like that, you should not have the privilege, you know. It's period. It's a privilege to do this. And if somebody abuses that privilege, then they should be gone. Period. We should have the right to choose who's on our channel and who's not. We have that right, but alrighty, so there is Scoop's results, except for polls. Now you're going to get 15 polls. But I got to call Low Flying Geese for a second. Josh, that's a cool find. It is a very small coin. That's awesome you found that. All right, Scoop, here we go, 15. 40%er. Mind mirror. What if you're a conservative? What's that got to do with anything? Blank on the second one. Blank on the third one. JJ, that's cool. As long as you don't curse, as long as you don't talk politics or, you know, do something royally obnoxious that's way out of line, got nothing to worry about. You can talk about whatever you like, you know. I believe this is number 4. Number 5 is a blank. No, Gary. Number 6 is a blank. $40 on number 7. Gotcha. Okay. No, we got all walks of life in here. And that's cool. Number 8's a blank. Blank on number, is that number 9 or number 10? Lost track. Joseph, I agree. Okay. Number 10, 40%er. Number 11, 40%er. Okay. Joyful, I don't follow the question. If they became a public utility because of YouTube censorship? So am I caught up here, guys? I'm on number 12. Good point, Josh. Okay. 13 is 40. I have no idea. Joyful. If the feds come in and regulate YouTube more than they already are, I have no idea. 40%. That's way above my pay grade, as we used to say in the military. The censorship's been mounting on all the social media platforms. And on some of them, it's been totally out of line. On YouTube, it's been enforced on them, and it's still woefully inadequate. They give it a lot of lip service. They claim that they have created barriers to, for example, kids watching content that's inappropriate, but you can have inappropriate content. So, so all we are is trying to follow the rules. I'm trying. Number 13 is 40. Am I on 14 now? Pulling 14. Thank you. 40% on 14. And last but not least, number 15. Blank. Alrighty, so you got a 90% 63 Benji. Got 8 40s, so that's 9. 1 from the roll, that's 10. And then you have 11 Nifsies and specimen coins here. And one keeps grabbing the table, so it must have a little burr on the edge of it. Thank you. All right, last up. Thank you, Scoop. Hope you like that. Chuck Freeberg, just like before, 15 first, 10 second, and then the pulls. Black mark roll. Another black mark roll. So 2 black mark rolls. There's 6. There's 2 40s right there. Good luck. Exactly, JJ. Which is why we don't talk politics on here. Drive Underground, welcome. Yeah, you're right. It does, JJ. But somebody started the conversation and wanted to know why and all that kind of stuff, and started pushing it more and more in that direction. So it's a fine line, you know. It's very easy to get dragged into a political discussion where one is not necessary or appropriate. And this is a coin channel. We don't allow politics. So if somebody's pushing for political answers, they must have an agenda. So Bassman's back.
Yep.
Hey, welcome back, Bassman. (2013) Nipsey. You feeling any better now, Bassman? You think you might live? Well, that's hopeful. We don't want you going anywhere, that's for sure. Oh, 68, 40% Silva. Good one, Gypsy. Bassman, I'm pretty sure this is the third box. Excuse me. Sneak attack by low flying geese. Nice bicentennial. Crimper. Okay, last 10 in the box. Last 10 for tonight. Check for marked rolls. Green one. 63 Benji. (2014) Nope. Close. (71) Joyful, totally understandable. Past year on YouTube has been interesting. Let's put it that way. Copper all coins. Long time no see. Yeah, no kidding. How's things going? 95. JJ Moneymaker, you have over 30 YouTube channels. Okay. Thank you, Rudy. Very cool, Copper. Congratulations on your son making eagle. And graduation, of course, too. Nice bicentennial. Sorry, guys, the sinuses decided to unload. Hang on. All right, so 15 pulls, sorry.
Wait.
40 on number 1. Blank on number 2. $40 on number 3. Exactly, V Rose. Almost made it to the end, and the sinuses have decided to go nuts. 40 on number 4. Blank on number 5. Blank on number 6. Blank on number 7. Blank on number 8. Blank on number 9. Good lucking, welcome. Blank on number 10. God, blank on number 11. Sorry, Chuck. Blank on number 12. $40 on number 13. Holy cow. $90 on number, was that 14?
Yes.
Okay. $40 on number 15. Alrighty. So we have a 64 90%, 63 BU 90%, 5, 7, 40%, so that's 9 silvers and 1 from the roll makes 10. So 10 silvers and 6 nifsies. Nifsies and specimen coins.
Nice.
There you go, baby.
Oh, Jason.
Huh?
Last game one.
Last giveaways on the table. 1957 B Series Blue Seal, blue lettering, silver certificate. Beautiful shape. Good luck, everybody.
8 more likes.
8 more likes to 200 giveaway.
I have about 5 minutes to do so.
Patricia Warrenbrock. Benji's, of course. Okie dokie. Patricia Warrenbrock. You're on the timer. Patricia Warrenbrock.
Patricia is here.
Cool. Congratulations, Patricia. Got a 57B Blue Seal Silver Certificate.
We need your mailing address.
Yep. We will need your name and mailing address. Anybody that has anything coming from Wednesday night, last night, or tonight. Yep.
Thank you.
Obviously, we need to have your screen name if it's different from your real name, and then full name, address, zip code, all that good stuff, so we can get your packages out to you.
We're not gonna make 200, Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we're not gonna make it to 200. So sorry, guys. You're very welcome, Chuck. Thank you. No, if you sent it since Wednesday, you don't have to worry about it.
Just once.
Just once a week. We try to keep ahead of people. You know, folks move and then they forget to tell us, and then it's like, where's my package? Well, we mailed it to such and such. Oh, that's not my address. Well,
Good night, everyone.
you know.
Have a great week.
Oh.
We'll see you on
Good night,
Wednesday.
everybody. Thanks for coming. It's been a great week. There's Jimmy Licari. Welcome, and we called you for a giveaway, dude. You must have missed it. Sorry.
See you on Wednesday or Friday. And until
All right, everybody have a great